But let us, work with me, place game. There we go. All right. Let us continue. I think this is down a terrible ending path, but we have to witness this. It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago.
夏か。
It's kind of full circle, right? Like, that's where we were in the original game. The hot, hot summer. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. And then one Saturday afternoon, if I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad... Oh, I think this is the first time, not the first time that we talked about our parents, but first time that we inferred that we're still living home. If I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I had mostly stopped going. But that meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. Studious. Surprising for Okarin, I think. It was too much trouble to go to the university, and the classroom probably weren't open on the weekends anyway. After a lot of research, I settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did, buying a single cup of coffee and sit there for hours on end. Some brought books, some brought computers. I chuckled to myself as I realized that I joined the ranks of the other normies. The coffee shop study normies. I've never been someone who particularly enjoy studying in a coffee shop. It pretty much always felt like it was too much noise, too much distraction. I'm like the kind that would go to a quiet library zone, if you would. But then again, I feel like back when I was a student, when I really like buckle down to study, it's always crunch time. So I never really like studied as planned or study as part of leisure. Hey Maki, welcome in. How are you? Happy Saturday. Did I say Sunday at the very beginning? Maybe I did. Happy Saturday, everybody. How are you doing? At least it's not degen hour for you now, right? But I was just commenting on how Okarin, it's nighty. So quote unquote afternoon. Yes, evening would be the word.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Lenya. I don't think there's a chance that I could ever fix the walk on. I've like relinked the whole what is it, the browser stores and everything, and it hasn't worked, it seems. Maybe one of these days when I'm not really streaming, I'll hop on and kidnap you, Lenia, so that you can help me test it out. But yeah, you can help offline if I want. That would be great. That would be great. Thank you. So this is very Starbucksy. All the colors, they're so bold with their references in this game. But I was just commenting on how Okarin is apparently the type that would go and study on his weekends, which is very surprising to me. I felt like, I don't know, maybe I expected too little out of him. But he seemed like the kind that would just kind of, you know, get absorbed into his own little world and not really like study for school kind of guy. But he is apparently studying in a cafe in Ikebukuro. And I was just saying how I really hated studying in public. Not in, I guess that phrases it poorly. In like a noisy environment where there's a lot of people, because I like people watching. And so when I'm in coffee shops, if I just sit there, I would never focus on what I'm working on. It would always be like, ooh, I wonder what they're doing. I'm a curious burb. All right, someone texted us. Who is it? Where are you now? Coffee. Oh, the usual cafe, right? I just went to your place and you weren't home. You did? Did my dad make a nuisance of himself again? It's okay, he gave me some barley tea. Ooh, barley tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with me? Okay. Thank you. Aww. I love it. That means shit is about to go down again. We all know by this point we've been conditioned into accepting the doomsday feeling that comes. The impending doom of anything that's lovely and adorable. I just realized down here, I never realized this before. Daru application. Am I in the way? Maybe if I hide myself. Do you guys see that? That is so neat. And he even has his like little glasses. I love it. All right. Little things in this game. Yeah, me neither until now. Probably because like that part is always hidden by like the dialogue window or by me. So, but it's neat. So they went to my house. My family's business was called Okabe Green Grocer. Oh, he's grocery store. It was a beat-up old store located in a rundown shopping street. The place was almost 40 years old. I really wanted them to rebuild it. My mind had wandered. Mayuri was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. I'd worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was a little surprised at how hard I've been working lately. Yeah, I'm surprised that it's in your personality at all, Okarin. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to Victor Condré University as soon as I could. You don't want to be there. It's like a nest of all the terrible evil spirits.
Victor Condré 大学か。
Since I was still testing Amadeus, I'd kept in touch with Maho via email and online chat. Is it Maho or is it Maho? She must have been working hard because she was always sleepy. How do you know from online chats and text-based communication that people are sleepy?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not buying any of this. I'm very concerned. Kurisu, all right.
はい。
何よ。どうして声を潜めてる？
しー、今店の中なんだ。頼むから、俺の都合に関係なく連絡してくるのはやめてくれ。
あんたがどこで何してるかなんてさすがに把握してないわよ。
That's reassuring to hear, even though I don't believe that to be true.
それとも私に24時間監視してほしいの？あんたが寝てる姿とかお風呂入ってる姿とか全部覗き見してほしいと？
I like the Amadeus Kurisu. I think she's a lot more playful than the original.
なかなかの変態ね。
知った口を聞いてすみませんでした。
Why are you admitting to it, Okarin? Don't.
私が連絡したってあんたが出たくなければ出なくていいの。それぐらいで怒ったりしない。
That's not true. You got so mad at us when we didn't pick up the first time. And all the other times that we rejected your calls.
そうだな。
あ、今は迷惑みたいだからお望み通り切るわ。確かにスマホで 3D モデルの女と真面目な顔して会話してる大学生男子ってかなり気持ち悪いし。
お前な。
冗談よ。いつも相手をしてくれて、これでも一応その感謝はしてるんだからな。
そういう話はいいから、とにかく切るぞ。
Oh, and we hung up. Oof. Carissa always talks so much. The real one used to talk a lot too. Talking to her in a place like this always drew a lot of attention and made me feel awkward. Looking at a screen and talking was embarrassing, was all. So I'd once proposed that I talk to her like I was on a normal phone. And this was what she said. Why do I have to stare at a close-up of the side of your head? She really was a selfish little program. You're a selfish little program. Mayuri and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. Oh, I don't remember what the reference is, but it is a very nice store for stationary addict like I am. You would love it, Lenia, if you ever go into one of these. Just walls of pens and notebooks and pretty letter papers, and oh, it's so nice. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I shuddered to think what it was going to be like in July or August.
それで、一体何をするつもりなんだ?
Mayuri in school uniform! Wait, she's still in high school? I thought last year. Oh, she was a junior last year. Okay.
商品宣伝用のポップを作るんだ。だからそれ用のカードとか蛍光ペンとか。
今年はコミマで同人誌でも出す気か？
違うよ。岡部製菓店で使うんだよ。
Oh.
は？なんだって？
My family business?
今日オカリンの家に行った時にね、おじさんとそんな話になって、じゃあマユシーが作りますって立候補したの。
She is way too sweet.
おいおい。
My dad could be such a jerk.
お前がそんなことする必要ないんだぞ。
もマユシーがやりたいからやっているのです。
本当にいいのか？
オカリンやおじさんおばさんにはいつもお世話になってるから。
じゃあ代わりに今度何かプレゼントするよ。
本当？嬉しいな。
I took a quick look around and saw they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. She spent quite a while deciding what to buy. I would too. I could spend hours in a store like this. But well, maybe because of all the time she spent at May Queen plus Nyan Nyan, her taste ran in the direction of cute and anime. Part of me thought it was dangerous to leave it up to her, but still, they'd ask her. It's not me. It wasn't any of my business. I should just leave it to her. And so I decided to wander around the store while Mayuri finished her shopping, but... Wow, Chris, what is up?
どうかしたか？
もしかして買い物中？
ああ、マユリとな。
へえ、デート？
スイーツかっこ笑い。
その呼び方はやめろと言ったろうが。
だったらお前も恋愛脳の癖を直すんだな。
はいはい、わかったわよ。でも、まゆりさんって可愛いわよね。
Yes, yes, she is.
あんな可愛い年下の幼馴染がいるなんて、あんた恵まれてるわよ。
そうだな。
これじゃ真帆先輩の勝ち目は絶望的じゃない。可愛げもないし、年齢でも勝てないし、身長も負けてるし、あとバスト的なものも惨敗だし。
I mean, Maho is plenty cute. Thank you very much.
かわいそうな先輩。
それをヒヤジョーさんの前で言ったら、プログラム丸ごと消去されるぞ。
というか、私、未だにまゆりさんを紹介してもらってない。あんた、友達は結構いるのに、私のことは誰にも教えようとしないわよね。
守秘義務的なものがあるんだ。あまり人に教えないようにって言われてる。
本当にそれだけなの？実は私と話してるのを人に見られたくないんじゃない？
そんなことはないさ。どうしても紹介してほしいならヒヤジョーさんに許可をもらうぞ。手始めに俺が一番頼りにしている男であるダルを紹介しよう。
Oh, Daru would lose it.
あいつならお前には相当食いつくはずだ。
Except I don't know if the feeling would be, replicated from Kurisa's side.
24時間延々とエロ目線で見つめられてハーハーされ続けるんですね。わかります。変態が怖い。
Kurisa went pale and started to shake. I had told Kurisa all kinds of things about what kind of person Daru was. She could easily imagine what would happen if she ever fell into his clutches.
やっぱり紹介はしてくれなくていいわ。あんたが相手をしてくれるだけで十分と思わなくちゃ。
オカリーン。
Aww. She ran away. Mayuri walked over carrying a shopping basket.
あれ？今誰と話してたの？
I looked down at my phone. Kurisa had disappeared and my smartphone was back at its home screen. Evidently, Kurisa had hung up.
大学の先輩からだった。
そっか。
I knew I didn't have to hide Kurisu, but at the same time, Mayuri was the one person I didn't want finding out. And why is that? She knew that I failed to save Makise Kurisu last summer. Hey Amazon, welcome in. How are you? Happy Saturday. My brain kept thinking today is Sunday for some reason. And yeah, it's story time. I'm really trying to finish this game soon. So it'll be a lot of Steins Gate for a while. So she knew about Makise Kurisu, but in this world line she never met her.
それで買うものは決まったか？
こんな感じでどうかな。
Yes, show me. The basket was filled with heart and star-shaped cardstock. This really didn't go with our store's look. But I decided when I started, I was going to let Mayuri make the decisions. Dad might complain later, but I didn't care. He was the one who asked Mayuri for help, not me. And so I went over to the register. Since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. You really treat her like a little kid. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows, Raine Kakeru. Mayuri looked apologetic but did what I told her to. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to... Shit. As an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her. She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. That's the one that Kagari was carrying, right? That Mayuri had given to Kagari when she stepped into the time machine. It was Upa, the mascot character from Raine Kakeru series. I told her when she went over to the toy section, she could pick out anything she wanted. And this was what she chose.
ウーパならもう大量に持ってるのにずいぶん嬉しそうだな。
They're cute.
しかもそれって普通の緑色のウーパだろ？レアなやつじゃないよな。レアなのは確かメタルウーパだっけか。
The most popular and rarest of the Upas was the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare lighted Kakeru stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. Mayuri had told me once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at auction.
Chi.
For some reason, Mayuri was wagging her fingers at me. I know, isn't she cute?
違うんだな。これはね、緑のウーパさんだけど、普通のとは違うの。この前やってた映画に登場した緑の妖精さんウーパなんだよ。
Oh, because of the wings. Come to think of it, there had been a Raine Kakeru movie out in spring. Had Mayuri sat in a theater full of little kids to watch it, she would blend right in.
緑の妖精さん？
映画のネタバレしてもいいかな？
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Okarin will watch it.
いいぞ、どうせ見ないし。
今回の映画はね、バーチャル世界で悪のスーパーハッカーさんたちとバトルをするんだ。そのバーチャル世界が妖精さんの住む森なのです。スーパーハッカーさんはすごく強くてね、かけるくんもウーパもピンチになっちゃうんだけど、もうダメだーっていう時にね、妖精さんたちが助けに来てくれるの。 実はその妖精さんたちはかけるくんがお世話をしてた学校の花壇のお花さんたちだったんだよ。
Oh. Oh, I love that.
い
That's
つも優
adorable.
しくしてくれるかけるくんを助けるためにね、バーチャル世界でピカピカーンって光ってウーパと合体するんだ。それがこの緑の妖精さんウーパー。すっごくかわいいし、すっごく強いんだよ。まゆし感動したな。そういう話に弱いんだ。監督さん天才だよ。
I love it when people talk about the things that they love. It's just, ugh.
なるほどな。
It was rare for Mayuri to get this excited about something. I took a closer look and saw that the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upas, so I couldn't say exactly what was different.
このキーホルダーね、結構あちこち探してたんだ。すっごく人気があってね、どこも売り切れだったんだよ。まさかハンズに残ってるなんて思わなかったな。
ラッキーだったな。
しかもこれが最後の1個だったんだよ。今日は来てよかった。オカリンとおじさんには感謝しなくちゃ。
Mayuri took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of her bag, and carefully attached it.
ねえオカリン、まゆしーね、これずっと大切にするね。
And she did.
おお、そうしてくれ。くれぐれも買って5分でなくしたりしないようにな。
That's the sweetest thing, because you know she kept it at least until 2036, so that she was able to give it to Kagari. So she had the same keychain for like 25 plus years. It happened before, after all. Like the metal Upa I'd won for her at Larikan. Mayuri had lost it no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I wondered if she had ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal Upa was vague.
もう絶対になくさないのです。
The two of us started to head back.
オカリンのお店のポップ張り切って作るね。
ああ、その作業があったな。
I've been thinking about the job was done once we bought the materials. The real work actually began now.
俺も手伝おうか。
大丈夫。マユシーのセンスを信じてほしいな。
ハートマークのポップを買おうとしてた時点でセンスを疑うぞ。
大丈夫だよ。
まあポップを作ってくれるだけでもありがたいから文句は言わないけどな。
お母さんにメールしなきゃ。晩ご飯までには帰りますって。
なんならうちで食べてってもいいぞ。どうせ親父やおふくろが引き止めるだろうし。
どうしようかな。オカリンは今日はこの後ずっと家にいるの？合コンとか行かない？
最近は全然行ってないよ。
Oh? Okarin was going to singles parties. Last fall, when I've been trying to become a normal college kid, I had forced myself to go to as many as possible. But lately I've been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance.
そっか。じゃあごちそうになっていこうかな。
Mayuri took out her phone and started to type something when... What's going on? What happened? Her expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving.
どうした？
ついさっきね、楓さんからメールが来てて、気づかなかったよ。
Hey, Hordian.
どうしよう、うかり。
What does the message say? Mayuri seemed like she was on the verge of tears.
何かあったのか？
ねえ、おかり。前に言ってたよね。ふぶきちゃんは病気なんかじゃないって。
ふぶきちゃん？中瀬さんのことか？来島さんの方じゃなくて？
あれって本当に病気じゃないんだよね。
おう、違うはずだ。
でも
Mayuri showed me her phone. From Kaede-san to Shina Mayuri, subject Fubuki-chan. Fubuki-chan's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location.
また入院しただって？
What's going on? I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time, it was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center at Yoyogi. It was supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment. But I also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place, and I was a bit worried about what kind of horror show I'd find here. But of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel.
まゆりちゃん、ほかりんさん、こっちです。
Dang, Yuki. Yuki always looked great. Sorry. Kaede and Yuki waved at us as we entered the lobby. Yuki had gotten a message from Kaede as well, and had evidently come right over.
ふぶきちゃんは大丈夫だよ。
Yuki gave Mayuri a soft hug and a smile. Kaede bowed her head apologetically.
驚かせてごめんね。私も焦っちゃって。もっとちゃんと確認してからメールすればよかった。
というと、中瀬さんの容体は？
今、病室でふぶきちゃんのお母さんに会えたんですけど、例の病気が悪化したとかじゃないそうです。
So they just kind of recruited them, gathered them in a way?
じゃあ、
all the
また
patients?
検査入院とか？
はい、そう言ってました。だから全然心配ないって。なんだ。はあ、よかった。
You make chicken curry pasta yesterday. Yum, so you got your hands on curry. Congratulations. Mayuri looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. If I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said it was possible she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. The new encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet.
あれは病気なんかじゃないと思うけどな。
We need to befriend a medic in this world? Seems unlikely. We can trust absolutely nobody except for Mayuri and Daru, of course, but absolutely nobody else. I was certain that they were calling encephalitis. I was certain what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I had secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most patients in her wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same war line. Many people had memories of Japan at war.
Fubuki-chanに会えるかな? それがね、今 MRI で脳の検査をしている最中なんですって。だから病室にいないの。そうなんだ。でももう少しで終わるみたいよ。ここで待っていてって吹雪ちゃんのお母さんが。
Kaede motioned to Mayuri, indicating she should sit down at a nearby
検査が終わ
sofa.
ったら声をかけてくれるみたい。
I let the girls sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby.
すごい病院ですよね。
I wonder if this is where we're gonna meet Leskinen.
中瀬さんの家って実はすごい金持ちだったりするのか？こんなところに入院なんて。
Just amazing, yes, Amo-san.
いえ、そうじゃなくってですね。
She's probably recruited into like a study or something, I imagine. So
吹雪ちゃんのお母さんの話だと、日本とアメリカの政府がお金を出して新しい治療のプロジェクトを始めるみたいなんです。この病院とアメリカの専門病院や研究所が中心になってやるんだそうですよ。
そうなのか。
and is at the brain science lab from Victor Kandra University. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money.
お願いします。患者は全員個室にしてください。それも患者同士が接触しないよう、なるべく離れた部屋で。
Alright. The final boss is here. Leskinen. I don't know why. I'm curious as to why he is keeping up this, like, foreign accent. Like, he spoke perfect Japanese to Rias the other day. I mean, yesterday he did. So, why is he doing
しかし
this?
ね、そんな都合よく病床は空いていませんから。
それでもやってくれないとダメです。患者同士が会話をすることで夢の情報を共有してしまうでしょ
いや、それはそうですが。
I think they're looking at this like a hive mind. Oh my
う。脳
gosh.
というのはね、他人が見た夢なのに、それに共感を覚えてしまうと、あたかも自分が見た夢のように錯覚してしまう。そういう可能性だってあるのです。
I knew I would be seeing Leskinen again, but I really didn't want to see him in a storyline. Not right now. Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit that was frantically trying to talk to him. I've seen a man in a suit before. Actually, it was a man I knew well. You know nothing about him.
教授レスキネン教授
He bad, he evil. I hurried over.
レスキネン教授、俺です。岡部です。
He must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. Dr. Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me.
Oh, Rintaro!
His voice was so loud that everyone in the lobby, doctors, nurses, staff, and even the patients, turned to look at me. But Dr. Leskinen didn't seem to notice them as he ran over. He was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown.
ちょっと待ってください、教授。ストップ、ストップ。
My cries went unheard as Dr. Leskinen tackled me and then pulled me up. Then he switched from football player to pro wrestler and he swung me up and down. I felt like I was a little child. There was nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares from the people around us and finally released me.
いやはや、すまない。あまりに驚いて、はしゃぎすぎてしまった。
Dr. Leskinen bowed to the people around him as an
レスキ
apology.
ネン先生、この青年とはどういったお知り合いかな？
The doctor that Professor Leskinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously. I'm not the one you should be sus of. It's this guy.
あ、その。
I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. It was like he was really my professor.
見たところまだ学生のようだが、どこの大学かね？教授と同じ脳科学専攻だとすると。
いえ、俺は。
彼は9月からビクトゥ・コンドリア大学の学生ですよ。いずれ私の研究室に来てもらうつもりでいます。
Bad. I don't like where this is going. No. Getting hold onto your butts.
おほう、ビクトル・ポンドリア大学かね。これは驚いた。
I looked over at Dr. Leskinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy, he really was such a kid.
日本人であそこへ行ける学生なんてめったにいない。大したものだ。
どうも。
After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for Professor Leskinen to hear me.
今の人は？
この病院の院長だよ。
院長？そんな偉い人相手に堂々と嘘をついたんですか？
おや、私は嘘なんてついたかな？確かに9月から我が校の学生とは言ったが、何も今年の9月からとは言ってないよ。
Gosh, he's mean.
それとも何かい？君は結局我が校に来る自信がないのかな？だったら少し残念だが。
He really was like a little kid, completely shameless. But still, it was hard to hate him.
でも驚きました。まさか教授がまた日本に来ているなんて。
It happened 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita.
魔法も一緒に来ているよ。
Is it Maho or Bracket Maho?
そうなんですか？一言も教えてもらってませんが。
I talked to her often via email and video chat, mostly about Amadeus's testing, but she hadn't said a word about coming to Japan. I hadn't heard anything about it from Kurisa either.
またあの和光市の部署のオフィスだよ。クリスと一緒にいつでも遊びに来るといい。泥棒に入られるから別の場所にしてくれと訴えたんだがね。
Dr. Leskinen looked up towards the ceiling and shrugged. It did feel like that place had security issues.
ウィンタールはどこか具合でも悪いのかい？ 治療でここに？
あ、いえ、違います。入院してる友人の見舞いで。
ああ、そうか。それはよか。いや、その友人にとっては良くないか。申し訳ない。
あ、いえ。それで、教授こそ、日本の病院で何を？
Dr. Leskinen brought his face close to mine and whispered so that the people around us couldn't hear him.
君も知っているだろう。例の新型脳炎の件だよ。アメリカ政府の依頼で精神生理学研究所が治療法を研究していたんだが、手詰まりらしくてね。
Okay, so that is Judy Rias's team right there.
私も調査に加わるよう大学から命じられたというわけさ。
そうなんですか。レスキネン教授が新型脳炎を。
Now there was a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend was here because they thought she might have the disease.
もしかしてその友人というのは中瀬克美？
Is Fubuki like having a special case? Why do they... Why do you know?
ああ、クリスマスパーティーで会ってましたね。
Oh.
うんうん。実は私が新型脳炎に興味を持ったのもあのパーティーがきっかけでね。
Sounds sus? Yeah, it is sus. And he has seen... So he saw us pass out too. So he probably knows that we have the same condition.
君と克美が揃って倒れただろ？
Oh, fudge. Okay, so he knows. He was right, actually. In my case, I've been sent to that other world
克
line.
美には何日か前に再会したんだけどね。私にも何度か噛みついてきてよ。どうしてまた入院させられるんだ？私は元気なのにってね。
そうでしたか。
もう少し協力的になってくれると嬉しいと、リンタロウからも伝えておいてくれないかい？
はあ。
実際のところ、キャツミだけでなく、すべての患者に申し訳ないという気持ちはあるんだ。
Oh, he is 100% guaranteed to be sus. I know you weren't here yesterday towards the end, Hordian. But basically Maho overheard Leskinen and Judy Rias plotting. And Leskinen knows that we have Kuris's laptop and hard drive. And he spoke in perfect Japanese. Like none of this weird accent that he's doing right now. It's just a question of which force is he with, right? Because he sounds like he's cooperating with Judy Rias, but we don't know. Like, it's unlikely that the two of them are working for the same organization. They're probably two different forces. Like, maybe he is U.S. Department of Defense? I have no idea, but I guess we'll figure it out.
我々も日本の医師団も研究を進めてはいるんだけどね。どうにも解せない検査結果ばかりで困り果てているのさ。
And I actually don't know what they've done to Maho. Yesterday, Maho was caught eavesdropping him and Judy Rias. And so I don't know if we actually still have a Maho or if everything that we have right now is like the bracket Maho now. I'm not sure. He's scary. Like, I'm more scared of him than Judy Reyes. And Judy Reyes is absolutely a psychopath and just insane. But he is the kind that, like, would smile and look at Maho sadly before he does terrible things. You know, like the, oh, I'm so regretful that I have to kill you kind of thing. Like, those people are the scariest, in my opinion. When they, like, try to exhibit empathy, it's terrible. Dr. Leskinen's usual chipper expression darkened. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that had formed on his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard, like he said.
正直、最初はどの医師もこれほど不可解な病気だとは思っていなかったらしいんだけどね。
Okarin, don't divulge information. I'm very worried about you.
ん？どうしたんだ、リンタロ
あ、その
Don't trust him.
何か気になることでも？
いえ、俺は医学生じゃないのでさっぱりです。
I was just about to tell him about my reading start. Yeah, Don't do it. Don't say it. I heard. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. How are you? But in the end, I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And then his face drew closer to mine again.
ところで、その克美がなかなか興味深いことを言っていたんだよ。
What do you mean by that? What did she say? What did she tell you?
自分たちは病気じゃない。別の世界の出来事を夢で見る能力があるだけだとかなんとか。
So she's been... Why was she sharing that kind of information? We told her, and she agreed last time, that we're gonna keep our lips sealed. Why is she going around and telling people that? I told her not to say anything about it. Could she not help it? This was bad. They might start to doubt her sanity.
中瀬さんはそのとても想像力がたくましいというか SF とかアニメとか大好きですから他の平行世界を感知できる力なんて多分趣味の影響で口にしただけじゃないかと思います。
Alright, parallel worlds. Parallel world, a universe that exists separate from ours. It is believed that some parallel worlds may be strikingly similar to ours, even containing duplicates of ourselves.
実は俺もそういうことを言っていた時期があるんですよ。
I tried my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Leskinen still seemed concerned.
だけどね、私も治療プロジェクトに参加して驚いたんだが、確かにこの病の特徴として多くの患者が夢を共有する不可思議な現象が起こっているんだ。
I mean, there is something called mass hysteria. It has happened in the past.
集団幻覚に近いのかとも思って今調べているんだけどね。
Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my god. This is what I get for like not preparing ahead of time. I just have a tin of hot water right now. Like I forgot to put in the tea. 10. Oh my gosh. I'm so sad. I hate hot water. I think hot water tastes weird. Anyway. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. We're in a... I feel fine so far. Maybe next time I need to drink. I'll throw in a tea bag. Lemongrass mint. With sugar and milk. I usually do my tea plain. But I think sugar and milk is like, yes dear, I'm British, we drink real tea here. I think sugar and milk is like a bubble tea kind of base. I don't know. It feels like a dessert than just tea. But I'm assuming it's similar to mass hallucination. I'm glad that we at least agree on that, Leskinen.
でもなんだろう、こんなことは初めてでね。脳科学的には今のところ解が導けない。
It's a psychological thing then.
正直、非科学的という言葉が一番しっくりくるくらいだよ。それこそ平行世界とか前世の記憶とかね。
そうですか。
君も克美からいろいろと話を聞いてくれると助かるよ。
We're all seeing Jesus in our headaches. Gotcha, Leskinen, yeah. Ooh, my daughter made me do milk and sugar when we had Earl Grey parties. When she was little, even had to make her petite fours. Ooh, petite fours. If you don't want milk and sugar, that's okay, but it must be hot. I agree. I mean, occasionally I like iced tea, but I would say for the most part, tea has gotta be hot.
医者に言えないことでも友人になら話すだろうしね。
はい、一応心がけておきます。
I think for me, like I said, the only instance where milk and sugar in tea makes sense to me is in bubble tea setting. Like, so good. So good.
さて、リンタロウ、それはそれとして確認だ。
And then all the music went away. Okay, Leskinen, I'm scared. What do you want? What do you want from me? Dr. Leskinen was looking over my shoulder.
クリスマスパーティーの時にも感じたんだけれど、君のガールフレンドたちはキュートなお嬢さんばかりだね。
Plural.
え？
He thinks we have a harem going? Is that what he's thinking? Calm your tits, Leskinen, please. Bruh. No. Do you think we're in a harem game? We're not in a harem game. It's not that kind of game. I turned around and saw that Mayuri, Kaede, Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. When they saw Dr. Leskinen was looking at them, they waved.
やはりあの中に恋人がいたりするのかい？ユキ、カエデ、マユリ、ルカ、それともカツミがそうなのかな？
Luca's a guy. Let's be clear about that. But calm your muscular tits, dude. His words were so surprising I couldn't think of anything to say. I mean, Mayuri would date us, the original game told us that much. Ruka would also date us, yes. Except, I don't think Ruka is ready to embrace, like, being a guy dating a guy. I think Ruka would only feel comfortable dating us, right? He became a girl, but either way, it's not like that. It's not like that. And we already have the love of our life, exactly, even though she's just right now an AI living in a cell phone. She's still the love of our life. We'll put a ring on it, like a cell phone ring tone on it. Yeah. Maho would often but hey. Maho would often call this little aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had on his face.
いや、別に無理に聞かせてくれとは言わないよ。君のプライベートを詮索する気はないからね。
Of course, everyone's on.
ただ、まあ、可愛い教え子にちょっとした土産話をと思っただけさ。
What? Maho? Kurisu? Which one? Also, there's still kids come back. Hey, you never know, right?
No. Huh?
Dr. Leskinen turned to walk away before I could figure out what he meant.
それじゃリンタロウ、私はもうちょっと院長と話をしないといけないから、これで。
No, you're fine, Hurt. You're being funny.
できればユキたちにも一人一人発揮していきたいところだったが、次回にとっておこう。彼女たちによろしく。
あ、はい。
Mayuri and the others came over to me as I watched him go.
今の人レスキネン先生ですよね。どこかで見たことあると思った。アメリカに帰ったんじゃなかったでしたっけ？おかりん？
They will likely get worse the more bourbon I drink. Well, I look forward to them. There was no way I could tell the girls what Dr. Leskinen and I were just talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. Wait, so we didn't even get a chance to like really talk with Fubuki? Just like Dr. Leskinen has said, she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Mayuri and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. I think we should ask her why she told people. Did I need to talk with Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. I couldn't come to an answer right away. But Maho, as we know it, may be in trouble. Oh. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Shina Kagari. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kagari was inside, screaming. She looked inside and saw that Kagari was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console.
お前、何をしてるんだ?
Kagari shrank back when she saw Suzuha.
違うの。これは、答えろ。
Oh, she's a brat. She was a brat. I mean, I understand that she's scared. And young, and probably just throwing a little tantrum, but...
目を覚ましたら鈴葉お姉ちゃんがいなくて真っ暗で明かりもつかないし狭くて怖くて苦しくてだからかがりドアを開けたくてそれであちこちいじってるうちにこんなことに
Kagari started to cry.
ごめんなさい鈴葉お姉ちゃんごめんなさいでも本当に怖かったんだだからそうか
Suzuha relaxed her guard. This Suzuha's voice is so cold. It's incredible. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan. She hadn't fully recovered yet. Mayuri had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the council either.
お前は時間移動のショックで気を失ってたんだよ。だから休ませておいたんだけど、悪かった。
Suzuha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, and then led her outside the machine.
暑い。かがり、約束するんだ。どんなことがあっても操縦席のスイッチに触ったりするな。いいな。じゃあ、私は仕事にかかるから、お前はその辺で休んでるんだ。飲み物と食べ物は適当に食べていい。
Suzuha handed Kagari the provisions she'd bought, then went inside and poked her head into the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBM 5100 she stored there to a portable terminal she'd brought from the future. Enjoy the movie, Hurt? By all appearances, it was an early 2000s cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Daru had made it himself. When she booted up the IBM 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen.
何をするの?
Bicentennial Man. Have fun, enjoy it. Kagari was looking in from outside the machine.
2000年問題は勉強したか? 施設の学校でちょっとだけ。結局何にも起こらなかったんでしょ? 表向きはね。公表されてないけど、実は当時あれのせいでいくつかの地域や国に深刻な問題が起きたんだ。そうなの? 問題だったのはこの IBN5100 というコンピューターなんだよ。これには古いプログラム言語が搭載されてるんだけど、そのプログラムの問題点を技術者たちが修正できなかった。というより、そんな言語で書かれた重大なプログラムが存在すること自体全く知られてなかった。 第三次世界大戦はタイムマシンの開発競争が発端なんだけど。
Let's be honest. I don't know if Kagari will understand any of this.
もしかすると2000年問題で発生したある事象とそれに付随する対立こそがもっと深い原因である可能性がある。
Thank you. She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kagari to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain.
しかも西暦2000年というのは特殊な年でね、すべての世界線が一旦一つに収束してしまうらしいんだ。それに関連してこの問題があらゆる世界線の因果に重大な影響を引き起こすかもしれない。私たちが目指してる狭間の世界線、シュタインズゲートも例外じゃない。
She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBM 5100.
だからこれは2000年問題を起こさないようにするための修正プログラムなんだよ。
Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used by the IBM 5100. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus, and the year 2000 problems that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal's subscreen.
OK、 つながった。
She'd been told that in Japan in this era, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. Oh, the dial-up sound. Holy crap. But in major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies were starting to use fiber optic internet, some of them even using wireless LANs. Hold on a sec. Yes, what up? What is it? Here, I'll take a look. I'll watch it off stream. Do you want to like throw it into the Discord so I won't forget about it? A method of connecting to the internet, so wireless LAN, the method of connecting to the internet and sending and receiving data without the use of a LAN cable. Fiber optic internet, a high-speed, high-capacity broadband connection that uses fiber optic cables. Fiber optic cables, also known as FTTH, fiber to the home, fiber internet, or simply fiber. Instead of relying on existing telephone lines, fiber optic internet requires the construction of a whole new communication network. For this reason, fiber optic internet has taken longer to implement than ADSL internet did. As of 2010, 35% of Japan has fiber optic internet. The name of the sound is a handshake. Okay. Interesting. Susa had cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke. But he'd been right.
でも未来を変えちゃったらかがりたちがいた未来の世界も全然変わっちゃうんじゃないの？
Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Susa had just told her.
そういうことだ。 もうあの世界は存在させない。私たちはシュタインズゲートを目指すためにここへ来たんだから。
Oh, Kagari hated that. So I think in a prior scene, I forgot how long ago it was, but there was like a prior scene where Kagari was pointing a gun at Suzuha. And I believe it may have like chronologically occurred after this. Because she was afraid of never being able to meet Mayuri as a result. Suddenly, the uneasy look at Kagari's face vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly her face was expressionless and her eyes were wide.
声。神様の声、聞こえる。
What the fuck? I swear to God, all the little girls in this game are terrifying.
かがり？ダメだよ。よくないよ。ダメなんだよ、鈴葉お姉ちゃん。そんなことしちゃいけないんだ。
She can hear God's voice. I know in a previous version, on like a very prior word line, I believe, the one where we rescue Kagari from Judirias' hands, she also said that she was able to hear the voice of God, and it was Kurisa's voice. But
Oi.
Kagari was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out toward her, but she slipped past Suzuha's hand. And quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Mini ninja? Oh dear lord. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. Your favorite word, Elenia. She bent over and collapsed onto the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. The cable connecting it to the IBM 5100 were ripped out, and errors displayed on both screens.
お前、何を？
What the hell? I wonder if it's like before she was adopted by Mayuri, like she went through training or something. Kagari didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its content onto the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try and pick it up.
やめろ!
She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kagari's body. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Kagari, what the hell? Something cold was pushed right up against her brow.
動いちゃダメ。
Kagari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had been flipped off. That's when Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one who taught her how to use a gun. That's why she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm.
正気か今すぐ銃を下ろせこんな真似はやめろ
やめるのはお姉ちゃんの方だよ
何
世界を変えちゃいけないんだお姉ちゃんはおかしいこと言ってる
There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve.
じゃあこのまま戦争が起きてもいいっていうのか
そんなのわかんないよかがりは元の世界に戻りたいだけだもん
ならもう無理だ私たちはタイムマシンですでに過去に干渉してる世界線だってずれてしまってるはずだあそこに戻れる可能性は低く
This also what's with the writers of this game and making little kids more terrifying than they already are. Yeah, I know. Between Nae and Kagari?
うるさいうるさいうるさいかがりはママを絶対に助けるんだこの世界を消すなんてダメだよ絶対にやらせないから
What is wrong? I get it, but I also am frustrated by it. Kagari turned the gun toward the IBN 5100.
やめろ
Before Suzuha could stop her, she yanked down the trigger. Again and again.
やめてくれかがりやめろ
And then Kagari jumped out of the time machine, and Suzuha never saw her again. Holy hell. Well, there's something weird about her, right? Because remember just now they wrote that her expression went blank and she heard the voice of what she believed to be God. So I don't know if Kagari is a seed planted in that way, or I don't know. It sounded like she was like kind of brainwashed even as a child, which is curious. On every night that passed, she remembered Kagari. Suzuha had spent some time looking for Kagari when she'd first come to this era, but in the end, she never found anything. But Shina Kagari, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuha was sure of it. But it did no good to keep thinking about it. So Suzuha decided to stop thinking and look around the room. Gosh, Daru. Cover yourself? Itaru, her dad, was playing yet another game populated entirely with female characters. His jaw was slack and he was scratching the belly fat that stuck out from under his shirt as he played. There wasn't much to respect in him right now, either as a father or as a person.
そういえば
That's mean.
母さんとはうまくやれてる大丈夫私が生まれてこなくなるような事態にならないよね
The guy's already a unit. No need to call him out like that. I know, right? And also, I would just like to put it out there that I think Daru is a phenomenal dad. he deeply cares about Suzuha, and he is very considerate of her feelings and validates her, and I think there's a lot to respect in him as a father.
なんつうの？タイムマシンよりもなんだい？
ちょっと。
Suzuha stormed over to Itaru.
困るよ、父さん。
うん。パパ、頑張るからね。
いっつも口ばっかり。結局、例の映画のチケットも無駄にしちゃったんでしょ？
She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party.
あれはさ、オカリンと吹雪氏が倒れちゃったじゃん。その後、お見舞いとかでバタバタしてるうちに映画が終わっちゃってたわけで、しょうがないっつうか。
でもその後、新しいチケットを用意しようとしたら断ったって聞いたけど。
誰に？
まゆ姉さんとルミ姉さんに決まってるじゃないか。
Mayuri and Ferris telling everyone.
そりゃあれだ。マユシとフェイリスターに頼りきりなんて男らしくないっしょ。キリ。
で、自分で何か行動に移したわけ？ダメだこれ。
Suzuha is just kind of like, please make sure that I'm born, please. Maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head.
いい父さん。私、いつまでもこうやってお説教できないんだからね。もうすぐ行っちゃうんだよ。
Suddenly, there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes.
そういう顔しない。約束したはずだよ。もう迷うのはやめにしようって。
For the past 6 months, Suzuha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. But in the end, it was none other than Itaru who'd push her to go ahead.
ごめん。
She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back.
しょぼくれてないで、母さんにメールして。予定の空いてる日がないか聞いて。で、空いてたら映画に誘う。
いきなりハードル高すぎ。
高すぎでも何でもいいから誘いなさい。いい？これは命令だからね。
命令って？
返事は？
さあ、イエスさ。
Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower.
でもその前にちょっとだけ
Oh, there's the shower counter. We gotta update the shower counter. There we go. Shower hype. Whoop whoop.
睨まないで。なるべく太らないようなものを食べますんで、何卒お許しを。
バニラ。
はい。
私、シャワー出たらアイス食べたい。バニラ。
わかった。庶民がなかなか口にできない高級なやつをいっぱい買ってきてあげる。
いっぱいはいらないよ。一つでいい。
そう、イエス。
That was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab.
やれやれ。世話がかかるんだから。
She had just about taken off her jacket so she could take the shower, But
Suzuho!
Itaru had come back into the lab.
どうかした？
階段のところにさ、こんなの落ちてたんだよね。
Itaru showed her a keychain he was holding. It was a round anime character whose colors have faded to a smoky green. So this is Kagari's version. It was an Upa.
誰のかわかる？
まゆ姉さんじゃないの？
She leaned forward to take a closer look, and then felt like she was experiencing deja vu.
このウーパー、どこかで。
She's seen it before? She couldn't really remember when. So in what timeline are we in again? Oh, God. Steins 0 is so confusing. Let me think about. I don't believe. Oh, we're heading down the Luskinen ending. No, it's not recursive mother's goo. Mother's goo. Recursive goose mother. We're going down Luskinen's ending right now. Pretend you didn't hear that, please. I never said that. No. We're going down Gehenna Stigma. Luskinen's ending right now. So I don't think we have met Kagari in his timeline so far. Right? Because we went back to the shrine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have not met Kagari. She's seen it before, she couldn't really remember when. But her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down, the paint was faded and coming off in places. But there was no dust, and there were no stains. Instead, it shone brightly as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. The chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. It was probably how it got dropped.
どこだっただろう。どこかで見た。
まゆしに見せてもらったとか？
そうなのかな。
She stared at the green upa in Itaru's hands. Hello! Hi, Ben! Welcome in. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. Wild American appears. Oh. You were playing Amnesia, right? I remember. Sunless Skies. You swapped your game. Oh, I'm a raider myself too. Ha. That's hilarious. You brought me back to myself. Thank you very much. I was lurking. You finished a bunker. How was it? I saw a little tiny bit in my very sleepy state earlier. 9 out of 10. Nice. Shrimp flying train Cthulhu Adventures. Cthulhu Adventures. Yeah. Did you play Sunless Sea Wild before you play Sunless Skies? You did not. How are you liking it though? I heard I think I was watching Siren of the Silver Streams play it for a little bit before, and it looked nice. I mean, she was having a lot of fun, but she's also a pro at that kind of game. Yeah, I have Silently in my whatchamacallits? I had Silently in my Steam library, and I was thinking about playing it, but I have so many other games to play at the same time. She did start Sunless Skies though, Hordian. I don't know how far she got, but she did start it. And she was quite good at the combat, I would say. She might not agree, but I thought she was doing much better. So you played it a while back. Ah, okay. I'll have to find the VOD and catch up then. Yeah, welcome in, chat, everybody from Wild's chat. We're just chilling and reading, so that part doesn't change. Lots of reading and spookiness, as expected from the Sunless Seas Skies series franchise. That's the word I was looking for. And we're in a world line where, so I guess to those who don't know what Steins Gate is about, it's a visual novel of circling around the concept of time traveling. And what we're doing in this story is we're trying to save the world from World War III, basically. And we're just unraveling. It is brain melts galore. It is. It really is. And I feel like the past 3-4 streams, I started the game in such brain melty state already that, including today, like my brain is just not working, that I am no longer afraid of melty brains. It is just the normal state of being for me now. So we found Kagari's Upa, but we have never met Kagari in this timeline. What is going on with this girl? She stared at the green Upa in Itaru's hands. And then in her mind, she heard a young girl scream.
Mama がずっと大切にしてきたウーパのキーホルダーだよ。かがりちゃんにあげる。大事にしてね。
They've released another game in the Fallen London series since the dating sim. Are you serious? I actually have never played. Well, okay, so I know Fallen London is like a huge thing, right? It's not just. There's like Las Vegas and on Thursday. Interesting. She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine.
まさかこれかがりのか
Yes, she was so close. She was right there. Eldritch Shrimp Boat Dating Sim sounds weird. Well, it depends on who or what the dating sim was for, right? That was when she had last seen it, August 13th, 2036. The day she'd gone into the time machine, that's when she'd seen this Upa. It was older and more worn now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. This was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kagari. She'd seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times before.
カガリってもしかして未来のマユシの娘？
うん。
見つかったん？
いや、でも向こうはこっちを認識しているんだ。
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
What if Kagari became a bad person? Like, what if Kagari came to hunt her down? Oh, that would be so fun. I would love for that to happen. Let's see.
あいつこのラボを監視してるんだよ。
And Suzuha feels the same. Interesting. Fun, I know. 6 months ago, Suzuha had spotted someone in a riding suit spying on the time machine at Arikan. She gave chase, but they got away. Suzuha was certain that that person had to be Kagari. Wait, hold on. Hold the phone. So who is the motorcycle lady then? Like, I've always thought the motorcycle lady was Judy Reyes, but my brain, okay. Keep it together. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any sign of Kagari, but she never thought she'd be surveying the lab as well.
いや、ちょっと考えれば当たり前のことだったんだ。あいつは私たちがシュタインズゲートに到達するのを阻止しようとしてる。この世界をなかったことにしたくないと思ってる。ということは、私だけじゃなく父さんもマークされてる。
え、僕？
まあ、父さんの命に危険はないとは思うんだ。世界線の摂理を信じるなら、父さんは少なくとも2036年までは生きるはずだし、ただシュタインズゲート到達を阻止するために父さんの研究の邪魔はしてくるかもしれない。
A lot of bad things had been happening around Suzuha, Itaru, and Okabe Rintaro. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru.
これからは用心のために、私がいない時には必ずドアに鍵をかけておいて。
わかった。
Locked a door? What door? This lab doesn't have a door. Everyone can get in the door.
オカリンおじさんや母さんやマユ姉さんたちが一緒にいても絶対に開けっぱなしはダメだよ。気休めかもしれないけど、ドアチェーンもかけた方がいい。
でもさ、オカリンやマユシならともかく、アマネシと二人きりの時にそんなことしたら、なんか別の意味で怪しくね？アマネシに変な誤解されないかな？
それは確かに。
That is true. That is a fair point. If we invite Yuki in and then decide to like deadbolt the door after she comes in.
もしそれで嫌われでもしたら我が家のピンチだお。
Suzuha groaned softly, unsure of what to do. Don't date in the lab then. Just go somewhere else. I don't know.
父さんがもっと早く母さんと恋人になってれば何の問題もないのに。
I mean...
で、結局そこへ話が戻るとか？
とにかく注意だけはしておいてよね。
It's always back to this. You understand, Daru. Like, there's nothing more important to Suzuha than her birth. Suzuha decided to keep the green Upa keychain. She softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it.
なあ鈴葉、かがりたんって血はつながってないけどマユシの娘なんだよね。
そうだよ。
あのマユシに育ててもらった子が人を襲うような恐ろしい人間になるのかな。
War can do a lot of things to a lot of people. And she was only, what, 10, 9? When she popped into the time machine. So she still has a lot of years to, like, morph her personality and moral values and stuff like that. Wouldn't Suzuha's birth be guaranteed by the attractor field? It is, but it doesn't. I think she's still quite freaked out about it.
なんか鈴葉の話とイメージが重ならないっつうか、もっと優しくてホワホワしてて可愛い女の子になってるんじゃないかなとか思ったり。
だとよかったんだけど。私も前はそうなると信じてた。けど今のかがりは多分。
From what she had seen at Rarikan, she could tell Kagari had definitely received professional combat training as a freaking 10-year-old. And it wasn't from, you know, Mayuri and Ko. It must have been before she was adopted. It wasn't just a simple self-defense techniques that she learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cold technique of a killer. Wait a second. Huh? Oh, I'm missing something. I'm mixing things together. Hold on. I am mixing things together. So I think she is talking about this exchange then. 6 months ago, Suzuha spotted someone in a riding suit spying on the time machine at Rarikan. She gave chase, but they got away. Girl that got away. Ever since then, her... Okay, so... That was... I remember... This was like a long time ago. So that's why I don't remember it so well. But... So basically, whoever that person is, and Suzuha believes that to be Kagari right now. She had basically stood on the other side. And okay. But how does that... I think I'm trying to like link it back to all the assaults that we've seen in previous scenes, right? In previous storylines, and how that connects. Because it doesn't make sense that there would be a Kagari like this, and also a Kagari that's like frail. At the same time? Can they happen at the same time? They can't. I thought they couldn't. This kid ain't freaking Project S from X-Men. The little Wolverine girl, she's just a kid. Animated logic. I know, I'm like scratching my head trying to follow this. There was no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. I think maybe I just need to start accepting all of these as individual, independent stories, and that they're not necessarily connected. Like, I'm trying to make all the different routes into a cohesive story, but that doesn't seem possible right now. The game is good when it's good, but when it's anime, I know. I think I just need to accept it and move on. But there was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Oh, shower scene. Oh, I already added a count. Okay. Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she had set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small tile room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. This building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, there wasn't even a space to change. It was small, and there were no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in summer. Don't be like the way. Don't be like that, Hordian. Even though I have to admit it did pass my mind too, but I refrained from commenting. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away. I did not need that image in my head. Game, why are you telling me this? Okay. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Urusubara Uluka, weren't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within this small space. And lights off. What's manlier than 2 men? 3 men. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain where the lab room was. She was sure she had left all the lab lights on when she had gone to take a shower. Who is in? Who is here? Is it Kagari? She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. Would you put some clothes on, girl? I thought she was getting dressed in the little tile room, but apparently she isn't anymore. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence.
父さんが一度戻ってきたのか。
And then when he left, he turned off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Itaru's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, even the mini kitchen, someone had gone through them all. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over all the areas where she kept her guns. The closest was the sofa she used as a bed. She had wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept, so she had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. It was just a .32 caliber for self-defense. so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim, but it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all her muscle, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved toward the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. How many guns does she have? Probably just a lot. I would imagine she probably stocked the time machine with firearm. Right? There was a small sound in the development room. It was a tiny creaking of the floor, to which you usually pay no mind. But that was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in an instant and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. Oh, heck yeah. Are we going to finally meet whoever this is? The room became silent again, but this time, the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. They know.
おかしな真似をしたら撃つ。手を頭の上に。そのままゆっくり出てこい。
Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze.
この暑いのによくそんな格好をしていられるな。ヘルメットだけでも取ったらどうだ？
The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit, just like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung tight of their skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. It was clearly a woman.
あんたが探してるものだけどね。そこにはないよ。
I would never have guessed that it was female. Thank you.
私の服のポケットだ。
Suzuha pointed towards the entrance of the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because of the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression.
なあ、落としたらダメじゃないか。ママからもらった大切なものだろ。かがり。
Oh, praise the VA. The way that she dropped her voice. The way that she dropped her voice. So good. The second she spoke, Shina Kagari was the first to move. She drew a deglossed military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back and closed a gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Wait, what? Yeah, this is Kagari, apparently. We haven't seen the face, but everything is pointing to that this would be Kagari. Suzuha pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of a suppressed 32 and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. Or she thought she did, but it was a fine. Oh, she good. She only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she changed directions and was heading for the shower room. It seemed her first goal was to get what she come for.
これは
After firing only one shot, Suzuha realized. Even .32 should have more recoil than this. They swapped out the gun. She fired again, but Kagari didn't even flinch, even for a moment.
ブランクカートリッジ。どうして？
At some point, All the bullets in Suzuha's gun have been swapped with blanks. I mean, that explains your question, Hordian, I think. That instant's panic was all it took. Kagari reached out the shirt. Well, she probably swapped it out when she was showering, or one of these days, right? Like, it sounded like Kagari has been watching the lab for a long time. So maybe she had made it in before, and because Suzuha never had to fire it until now, she never knew, or she changed it just now while Suzuha was showering. Kagari reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. You feel Suzuha would check on her guns constantly. For being a soldier, maybe. Or then it must have been just now then, right? Suzuha gave up firing and flung the gun at Kagari. There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. It is Kagari. Let us not analyze this nonsense. It is anime. We're in the anime phase. She could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzuha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. There was no time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. That had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped toward her to continue her attack. But with terrifying speed, Kagari leaped off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. We're not calling it solar plexus anymore? Congratulations, excellent. If she pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut.
Oh my!
The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Kagari was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. So this ain't Kid Kagari, so we have two Kagaris now. We only have one Kagari. I don't think we've met Kagari in this world line yet. So this is the Kagari in this world line. And this is what I meant by, like, I'm trying to get something cohesive with link it back to like the other world lines, because if Kagari was always the lady in the motorcycle suit, then there were definitely multiple Kagaris at some world lines, right? Anyway, moving on. Suzuha leaped back and searched for something she could use as a weapon. So you already have a headache. Welcome to Steins Gate. So I think the scene that we saw earlier, right, with the child Kagari pointing the gun at Suzuha, that was a flashback. That was back in like the first stop that they made after the initial time travel in the machine, because they were in 1998 basically, I think. Yeah. But the other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance they had all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defense knives had been taken too, which left. There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them.
へえ、ずいぶん離れしてるじゃないか。とてもマシンの中でベソベソ泣いてた子供とは思えないな。驚いたよ。
Okay, you're just being mean, Suzuha. Suzuha kept her distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage.
ほら、カガリ、これだろ。
She picked up her shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pocket. I think she's trying to throw Kagari off her game, basically.
どうした？取りに来なよ。
Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kagari twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion beyond the helmet. And in an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like she was tossing it to a friend. If someone they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagari was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand and the right hand that still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kagari's stomach. Then her left arm smashed Kagari's head to the side. Kagari's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suzuha could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Oh dear. Suzuha is still naked. Okay. Suzuha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. Ah, Twitch. It's not that kind of game, I promise. She could hear something like a moan from Kagari's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. But Kagari picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand, once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder.
もうやめろ、カガリ。今の私にはお前の気持ちだってわかるんだ。でもやっぱりそれは間違ってる。間違ってるんだ。
But Kagari didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away.
こいつ一体どんな訓練を受けてきたんだ。
Even in all the battles she had been in, this much pressure on two different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldier to submit or fall unconscious. I wonder if they managed to get some AI into Kagari. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kagari. But if she stopped, Kagari would kill her. What should she do? And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her. Then she relaxed both her arms. Bad idea. Bad idea. But that was just what Kagari had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. Suzuha had a moment of softness just now. When she let go to dodge it, Kagari shook her off and picked at her hips with both the legs. Suzuha was slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. She fell to the floor, and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. She forced herself to stand up, gasping as hard as she did so. Kagari's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while probably, but her left arm was still holding the knife.
お前、随分と汚い真似まで覚えたんだな。
Where's the Upa? Suzuha glared at Kagari's face now that she could see what it looked like behind that helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch her breath. The tension in the air was so thick it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes, but she still didn't blink as she waited for Kagari to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate.
Oi, Suzuha! 今すごい音しなかった?
Suzuha felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Itaru's voice.
あれ? なんで真っ暗なん?
ダメだ、父さん！来ちゃダメ！
She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kagari was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leaped toward Itaru just a moment before Suzuha. Kagari's black knife went up to his throat. I was wrong. This is the worst timeline. Oh my god. Kagari spun around behind him using Itaru's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered toward him, gritting her teeth.
その手を離せ、鏡。父さんに傷一つでも負わせてみろ。たとえお前でも本当に殺す。
But Kagari remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And then in the next moment, she shoved him forward. Okay, don't you dare give me a CG. I don't want to see this. Itaru lost his balance and fell towards Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground underneath his weight. Itaru just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Suzuha tried to shove him off, using a little more force than she may have intended. But Itaru was so huge, it would take him a moment to get up. She was getting away. She somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kagari.
Suzuha, これ着て!
She is still naked, I know. It's painful to think about. Itaru was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it and quickly put it on and then ran outside. But when she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle with the letters wasn't there. There was no way to even know where she'd gone.
逃げられた。
It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. There was a chance Itaru would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab.
今のってまさかかがりたん？
Itaru came outside as well.
うん。多分間違いない。
Oh, God. Okay.
So
We really should evacuate the lab and find a secure place. You'd think after, like, all the attacks that they would have done that, right?
結局、あの子とはこうなっちゃうんだな。
The bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all.
私さ、あの子のこと本当に好きだったんだ。
うん。
小さくても勇敢で、まゆ姉さんを守るためにいつも頑張ってて、私もそんなあの子にいろいろなことを教えた。きっと妹みたいに思ってた。
うん。
けどあいつはもう完全に敵だ。
Oh, that would straighten up her shirt sleeves.
今の鈴葉、なんかエロゲーの地上キャラっぽい格好になってるよ。
Daru, no.
え？
Absolutely not. Please don't. Suza was caught completely off guard. True, her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, roughly the length of a miniskirt. Her breasts were almost completely bared. The shirt's hem was turned up and she felt exposed. Move on, please.
まあ僕は地上物も結構いける口なんで、乱れた裸 T シャツというのもありといえばありですが、むふー。
Daru? No.
またそうやってふざける。大怪我してたかもしれないのに。
But Itaru shook his head.
僕さっきはナイフ見て騒いじゃったけど、でも怖がる必要なかったんじゃないかなって。あれがもし僕の聞き間違いじゃなかったら。
Itaru rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was.
ナイフを突きつけられてた時、ほんの少しだけど聞こえたんだよ。
Oh, did she apologize?
何が？
彼女、多分泣いてた。
Oh. See, that does make me wonder whether or not, you know, she got brainwashed or something. Like, there was the soldier part of her, and then there's the Kagari, really.
Huh?
Crying under that helmet? After that whole battle with Suzuha? While holding a knife to Itaru's neck? But why?
だからさ、決めつけるのはまだ早いんじゃね？
父さん。
の？
アイス買ってきてくれた？バニラ。
ああ、もちろん。
食べたいな。私ちょっと疲れちゃった。
And then she almost fell forward.
で、
Itaru managed to catch her before she hit the ground.
おい、鈴葉。
ごめん。平気。でも 少しだけ休ませて。
I don't think she was badly hurt, was she? That was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arms, and her consciousness melted away. July 3rd. Oh gosh. Okay. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. I know, happy music, but that means that it's gonna be short-lived. We're gonna get something bad. I know, exactly. Exactly. Isn't that the worst? I mean, the worst best part of the game is just every happy segment is foreshadowing for something terrible in the future. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. The news have been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then on the first Sunday in July, I met with Maho in Akihabara. Maho? And she's fine? Ooh, I don't feel so good about this. But Maho is in a dress. She's cute. Oh. One thing that I appreciate about this game is that they really try to change up. Like, everyone has like their summer clothes, their winter clothes, their Christmas clothes. Now, who are you? I don't believe that the Maho that we know and could have trusted is still here. I was waiting at the open cafe at UPX when Maho arrived. She was a little late.
Okabe-san!
久しぶり。
She ordered an iced coffee and took a deep breath.
と言っても、いつもビデオチャットで顔は合わせてるが。
そうね。あまり久しぶりという感じはしないわ。
Her habit of paying no attention to her clothes or looks hadn't changed at all in the last 6 months. People were going to think she was an elementary school kid who decided to go play at a friend's house. But it would upset her if I said that, so I never would.
まさかこっちに来てるとは思わなかったよ。偶然レスキネン教授と会わなかったら今も知らないままだった。
落ち着いたら連絡するつもりだったのよ。クリスのことで定期的な連絡はいずれにせよしなければならないのだし。
今回は新型脳炎の研究だって。
レスキネン教授はね。私はその助手という立場だけど、どちらかというとアマデウス担当。何か不具合はない？と言っても、これもいつも報告は受けているから、大体の状況は分かっているつもりだけれど。
ああ、特に問題ない。
Who the hell are you?
最近はクリスの相手をするのに苦労してるけどな。
ちょっと。
I heard a voice from my smartphone, which I placed on the table.
苦労ってどういう意味？
I left the Amadeus app turned on. Yes, Hordian. Of course, Kurisu could hear everything we said. So we didn't erase Kurisu on this one, no. No. This is, everything is fine. Yeah, this world line is like, we decided, let me double check the flowchart. We decided not to turn off our phone, and then we got, I believe, attacked in the parking garage. But Amadeus still existed, as we know it. There was still Kurisu and, you know, Is Kurisu also showing signs of tsundere? Yes. Yeah, she is still very, very Kurisu. Of course, Kurisu could hear everything we
最
said.
初に会った頃よりちょっと口調がきつくなってきてる気がする。
She's gotten a little ruder since we first met.
あんたが勝手に私にビビってるだけでしょ。
かもな。
It was turning into our old relationship in the Alpha World line, where we'd fought all the time. Hi, Sam. Hi. How are you? Happy Sunday. Hello. How are you doing? Are you having a good Saturday? Did I say Sunday? I meant Saturday. I'm sorry. Strong birds. I hope you're well. Your internet is being awful. Oh. I was starting to lose track of whether that was a good or bad thing for me. I thought I was trying to forget about Kurisu.
ヒアジョーさんは初めて会った時の方が口調はきつかったな。
あれは
初対面の人には先輩はきついのよ。なぜかというと、
年相応に見てもらえないから。
Because everyone thinks you're an elementary school student. It's okay. The two of them spoke in unison.
だからついカリカリしちゃうのよ。ある程度親しくなれば容姿のことも言われなくなるでしょ。だから心穏やかに話せるというだけ。
I guess I was right not to comment on her outfit. That was a close call.
アマデウスの話に戻すけど、クリスの口調がきつくなったというのは面白い兆候だわ。私や教授の前では見せない一面なわけでしょ。それだけ深く心を開いているとも言えるかもしれない。
開いてません。
Maho simply smiled and ignored her. Why don't eggs tell jokes? I think there's something about yolks in there, but I don't know what it might be. They crack each other up. Gosh darn. Never mind. But very good. That's pretty good.
そうした心の動きをプログラムとして解析できるから、私や教授と話しているだけでは決して見られなかった変化だわ。それだけで岡部さんにテストを続けてもらった価値もあるというものよ。
Interesting. She hasn't addressed Kurisu yet.
そんなものか。
And she is speaking of Kurisu like an experiment in front of her, which is, I don't know.
レスキネン教授もその点を高く評価していたわ。
過大評価だと思いますが、実際私と話す時も文句や愚痴が多いですし、あまり男らしくないというか。
Well, I knew my personality had gotten a bit negative, especially given what I've been through. But does she really need to say that to Maho right now? An eye for an eye it is, then.
ちなみに今まで報告していなかったことがあるんだが。
何かしら。
これはおそらくヒアジョーさんやレスキネン教授も把握していないことだと思う。
待って、あんた何の話をしようとしてるの？
At Chandler, is that the
真帆
aspect?
先輩や教授が把握していないことって、私についての？
栗ご飯とカメハメハといえばわかるか？
Oh, those are her her at channel usernames. God damn it. Maybe that's what is going to unlock her computers and hard drive? A few weeks ago, I'd actually searched for Kurigohan and Kamehameha on a whim. It was the handle Kurisa had used on at channel when she was still alive. From what I've seen, the comments started in the summer of 2008, then abruptly stopped of July of 2010. And then started up again in December of that same year. Even now, in July 2011, they were still appearing. If it wasn't Kurisa's ghost and it was an imposter, then the only one who could have been writing those posts was...
Okabe Rintaro-san, ちょっと2人だけで話をしましょうか。
You know it's a bad time when your girlfriend addresses you by your full name. With San, exactly.
さすがに黙っているのはまずいんじゃないか。
真帆先輩に報告するなんてもっとまずいわよ。
なんで？
私がアットチャンネルを見てることは一言も教えてないから決まってるでしょ。
堂々としていればいいじゃないか。アットチャンネルを見るのも書き込むのも別に犯罪じゃないんだし。そうだろ？アットチャンネラークリス。
あったね。次にその呼び方したらあることないことアットちゃんに書き込んでやるわよ。
She knows the way of 4chan.
それこそ犯罪一歩手前の行為だろう。
Oh, this is way too sweet. Shit is about to go down. Prepares for a heartbreak. I know exactly. I was like, ooh. Conversations like this brought back so many memories. I used to be so full of myself that I'd take off Kurisa all the time.
ねえ、一体何の話？
なんでもありません。気にしないでください。海馬からきれいさっぱり今日の記憶を葬り去ってください。
隠していたっていつかはバレるぞ。
あんたはいいから黙りなさい。
やっぱりあなたたち半年前よりずっと仲良くなっているわね。
あ、先輩、すみません。
え？どうして謝るの？
We're not stealing her man.
いえ、せっかく岡部と真帆先輩久々に会ったのに私ばかり話してしまって。
It's great to hear Happy Okabe. It is. He has a beautiful laugh.
というわけで、あとはお二人でごゆっくりどうぞ。
Kurisa, it's not like that. Stop.
別にそんなつもりで言ったんじゃないわよ。
それもこれも岡部が変なことを言い出したせいね。
そうなのか。栗ご飯とカメハメハ。
お願いだから言わないで。
Just like the real Kurisa, she was strangely obsessed with hiding the fact that she was an at channeler.
ちょっと頭を冷やしたいので一度切りますね。失礼します。
Alright, I'm gonna enjoy that one more time because I thought it was hilarious. Kurisa disappeared from the screen. Kurisa had been kind of rude lately, so it felt good to have a chance to get back at her. If I overdid it, she was probably going to hold a grudge, so this was likely a good place to stop.
栗ご飯って何なのよ。
どうしても知りたかったらクリスに聞いてくれ。
If I explained it, she'd probably get mad and refuse to talk to me again.
それで今回はどれぐらいの間こっちに滞在することになりそうなんだ？
前よりも長くなるかもしれないわね。レスキネン教授が研究している新型脳炎は未だに詳しいことがほとんど分かっていないようだから、もしかしたら私だけ先に帰らされる可能性もあるけど。
This is so hard. I need to keep reminding myself that something must be wrong with the current Maho. Because she sounds so natural. She sounds so natural, but like we know something must have been wrong. Right? So, what is wrong with you? I can't tell anything yet, but something must have happened.
時間があったらラボにも顔を出してみるといい。ダルやマユリもきっと喜ぶはずだ。
マユリさんはともかく、橋田さんはどうかしら。
Everyone feels strange about Daru. Could be the PTSD settling in us. That's so positive. I'm pretty sure something happened to her, right? Because Maho overheard Luskinen and Ryas talking to each other about how they didn't want to like startle Rintaro as they know that he is holding on to Chris's stuff. And the way that particular scene ended was I feel like it's implied that Luskinen was trying to copy Maho's memories, like update the memory file right there, and he was like regretful that he had to hurt her. So I'm pretty certain something bad happened to Maho. I just don't know what exactly. It was bad. It was really bad. Maho was finally starting to understand Daru's true nature. Speaking of Daru, he should be on a date with Amane Yuki right now.
ちなみにクリスのノート PC はその後どうしたの？
Oh, she's asking about it.
あれは破棄したよ。それが一番いい判断だったんだ。前にそう話しただろう。
ええ、そうね。
She looked down, a sad expression on her face. I told her I was going to do it ahead of time, but it still must have upset her to see one of the last things she had to remember Kurisu by destroyed. Okay, so it did get destroyed. It's interesting that Luskinen hadn't done anything about it. Let me just write that down. Chris's laptop and hard drive destroyed. Okay, I think this is a good time for us to like quickly pause for a break. I'm actually gonna get tea in my hot water, and we should be back in about 5 minutes or so. It would be nice to get a little bit of mint in me. So we'll be back. We'll be back super quick. I'll see you on the other side. Hello. I am back. And I have tea. I'm very excited. All right, shall we continue? Did you get your coffee? As the New Yorker said, coffee. How's your coffee? You did get your coffee. Excellent. About half the seats at Gogo Curry were full. Oh, I'm gonna crave curry after this. All right. I think there's a Japanese curry place near me, or a Japanese restaurant near me that has curry. So might be doing that. About half the seats at Gogo Curry were full. It was Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m., so the lunchtime rush was over. Suzuha was sitting at the restaurant's far edge, a baseball cap pulled down over her face. She was hiding her face with the cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby.
お待ちどうさま、メジャーカレーです。
Major curry. Major curry, one of the items on the Gogo Curry menu. It consists of an extra large portion of rice, pork loin katsu, chicken katsu, sausage, fried shrimp with tartar sauce, and a boiled egg. Oh my god. You can post it in Discord. Yeah, for sure. It sounds good though. A cheerful employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays, more accurately, in front of them. Suzuha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple really stood out after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate major curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. Daru? The combination of huge man and slim woman was as unbalanced as the combination of pretty girl and major curry. The major curry was big, it was huge. Suzuha knew from experience. The massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, and a boiled egg and a mountain of cabbage. I am so hungry. No. Oh. There was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. But remember, Suzuha was like an eating competition champion, right? Over here. So it must have run in the family to like be able to eat a lot. Suzuha was irritated.
一体なんで初デートの昼食がメジャーカレーなんだよ、お父さん。
I mean, you never know. Maybe that's what brought them together. Is the love for food. The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuha was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. In the morning, they'd gone to see a movie in Yurakucho, and they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Gogo Curry. Suzuha had followed them the whole time. That's why she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots. Daru is both Beauty and Beast. I think they're calling Daru Beast, but yes, I think he is glorious in all his might. An absolute unit of a man, right?
私はゴーゴーカレーでも全く問題ないけど、というかむしろ好きな方だけど。
It's the love of curry that brought them together, though, Suzuha.
せっかくの初デートなんだから、もうちょっと他に選択肢もあるだろう。
She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011, and even she knew it was a bad idea. Who knew what was going through Yuki's mind, or so Suzuha thought. Yo, Suzuha, no backseating. I know. Let him get through this dating sim by himself. But...
うわー、写真よりもすごいですね。
Oh my god, Daru's face. Oh, Daru. Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her and innocently enjoying the huge curry.
あまねし、もし食べきれなかったら、僕が食べてあげるですから。
Oh, she's gonna finish it.
はい、ありがとうございます。けど、これでも私、結構いけるんですよ。
As a fellow silly-faced twin in love man, I empathize. It's adorable. So Yuki can eat, so it runs in the family. It runs in the family.
そうですか。びっくりです。
実はいつもお店の外でメニューだけ見てて、一度食べてみたかったんですよね。
I mean, you can imagine, right? Like, I think this is a great thing that they found each other, because I wonder, like, how much Yuki had to sort of hold back, or felt like she had to hold back, went on dates and stuff like that. You know, like not eating a lot to fit into the concept of femininity and like that kind of stuff, even though she's like perfectly in shape and...
連れてきてもらえて嬉しいです。
Oh.
それは実に良かったです。
They're perfect for each other.
お
Suzuha had evidently worried over nothing, but still she realized that Itaru was acting very strangely. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. His every movement seemed oddly forced, as if he were a broken robot. And he downed glass after glass of water.
あ、ごめんなさい。私にもお水のおかわりを。
はいはい、どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。
Itaru poured water into Yuki's cup. Suzuha had a bad feeling, and she was right. Itaru was moving so awkward that he almost spilled water on her hand.
大丈夫ですか?
Oh, he's nervous.
ちょっと手が濡れただけですから。それより早く食べましょう。
Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes.
それじゃあ、いただきます。
I would have stars in my eyes if I was looking at a giant plate of curry right now too.
いただきます。
Yuki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but Itaru was very formal and quiet. He was taking little niblets out of a piece of fried cutlet, like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time, they weren't saying a word.
一体何をやってるんだ、父さんは。あんなんじゃ、母さんに愛想つかされちゃうよ。
She decided to send him a message on Ryan telling him to get his act together, and she just taken out her phone when she is backseating. Oh my gosh. A Pokeball. Delicious.
はい、メジャーカレールーマシーお待たせしました。
It's hers, isn't it? Oh, it's like the whole reunion of a family and everyone's had major kare. A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The the other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she'd followed them into the store, she had ordered her usual major curry with extra roux and then forgotten about it. Now everybody was going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide.
あら
Daru is sweating. Oh, Daru. Just as she expected, her eyes met Yuki's.
鈴葉さん、いたんですか？
You're crashing the date, Suzuha.
うん、偶然だね、ゆきさん、兄さん。声かけてくれればよかったのに。いや、気がつかなかったんだよ、全然。
Of course not. She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite of the major curry in front of her. Her experiences in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Itaru staring at her as she reluctantly picked up her spoon.
とまあ、そういうことなんで、二人ともごゆっくり。
Her only choice was to finish her extra large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. The concept of watching your parents on a date sounds gross to me. Yeah, me too. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate. Mom! Oh.
すみません、店員さん。お友達なんですけど、席を移ってもいいでしょうか？
はい、どうぞ。
OK ですって。一緒に食べましょうよ。
Now it's a family dinner. It's phenomenal. I love it.
ちょっと、なんでって、ほら、鈴葉さんもメジャーカレーじゃないですか。これはぜひ勝負せねばと思って。
How about no? We should eat peacefully and slowly.
はあ？審判は橋田さんにやってもらいましょう。
And before Suzuha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to their table.
いや、
She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear.
デート中なんだよね。あ、そうです。デート中です。改めて言われると照れますね。
Oh, Daru. Itaru didn't react at all, even though she was sure he had overheard that.
私デートとかしたことないから詳しくないんだけどさ。デート中に他の女とカレーの早食い対決したりするもんなの？
It is absolutely not normal.
さあ、どうでしょう。
Oh my. These
でもほら、ア
three.
ニメとかコミックスとかにそういうのありません？
But isn't it great that they're like being themselves? And I like it. You don't need to follow the cardboard what a date should look like thing. This is great.
お兄ちゃんを取られたくない妹が彼女さんに向かって勝負だみたいなの。
For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzuha was overwhelmed by her energy.
知らないってば。そういうものなの？兄さん。
But even when she turned to Itaru for help, he just awkwardly sat there, eating his curry like a robot.
兄さん？
He awkwardly turned his head to face her. The rest of him stayed completely still. No.
なんか言った。
どうしたのさ？なんかおかしいよ。
どうもしてないお。 おかしくないお。
Daru's a broken robot. What's going on? Suzuha glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. In the end, Yuki and Suzuha did have their curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. It runs in the family. Christ. Suzuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers but his staff as well were applauding at the end. But the whole time, Itaru kept eating by himself. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, he sent Itaru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Itaru explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all.
鈴葉さんがいてくれて助かりました。
Yuki sighed a little after Itaru left.
私、もしかしたら気に障るようなことをしちゃったのかもしれません。
No, he's just shy and a little socially awkward, so he doesn't know what to say or do.
橋田さん、私といてもあんまり楽しくないみたいだったから。
That is not true. Wait, everyone knows that that's not true at all. I'm sorry.
単に緊張してただけじゃないかな。でも映画を見る前は楽しそうにお話ししてくれてたんですよ。
Did something happen during the movie?
それが映画の後はすっかりよそよそしくなってしまって。私何か間違っちゃったのかな。カレー屋さんに連れて行ってもらったのも私のリクエストだったんですけど、ずっとあの調子だったからさすがにちょっと困ってしまって、それで偶然お店にいた鈴葉さんに助けを求めたというわけです。
What had happened inside the theater? Suzuha hadn't followed them inside. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. She'd spent about 2 hours killing time outside.
あのさ、ゆきさんはなんで兄さんのこと好きになったの？いや、私が言うのもなんだけど、あんまりモテるタイプじゃないじゃん、兄さんって。
I mean, have you seen him in the future? Chadaru is pretty neat.
鈴葉さんはお兄さんのことどう思います？私？好きですか？嫌いですか？好きですよね。見ていればわかります。まあ、
There were parts of him that she didn't like, but of course, she loved her dad.
で、私のことは別にどうでもいいじゃないか。それで、ゆきさんは？私はまだ好きかどうかもよくわからないです。
Uh-oh.
そっか。
Not only had Itaru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date, and they hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached a point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzuha had stayed with him, and she, Mayuri, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together. But there hadn't been any real progress. Maybe we should just let them be themselves. Suzuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. She imagined the future.
そんなの嫌だ。
She looked straight into Yuki's eyes.
私さ、もうすぐここからいなくなるんだ。ちょっと遠いところに引っ越すんだよね。そうなんですか？多分戻ってこないと思う。心配なんだ。父さん、兄さんのこと。だからさ、ユキさん、こんなこと私が頼むのもおかしな話なんだけど。
And then she bowed deeply.
橋田至をよろしくお願いします。
There was no answer from Yuki. Suzuha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely and kind of sad.
私はどうしたいんでしょうね。
Yuki whispered, and then Suzuha.
もうどうするんだよ。これじゃ破局の危機だよ。まだ始まってもいないけど。
It's like a completely different attitude towards her dad. I love it. Look at Dad's face. It's like, oh my god. As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father. The lineage is breaking.
しょぼくれてるんじゃない。シャレじゃ済まないんだ。とりあえず今日はなんであんな態度を取ったのかしっかり説明して。今朝出かけるときはあんなに楽しそうだったじゃないか。母さんだって映画の途中までは普通だったって言ってたし。一体何があったの？
いや、それがさ、聞いてくれよ。映画の座席って狭いじゃん。だから僕、天音氏の邪魔にならないようにと思ってできるだけ椅子の端っこに寄って座ってたんだよね。そしたら椅子がベキッといって壊れそうになって。
No, Daru.
え？
Oh, I'm so sorry.
で慌てて体を支えようとして肘掛けを掴んだんだけど、それが肘掛けじゃなくて天音氏のその手だったんだお。
They did hold hands, but he also cracked a chair. Oh, Daru. But I think Yuki definitely didn't like feel. I don't think she disliked it, right? Otherwise she would have brought it up, I think.
To
Suzuha, I meant.
そんなこと母さん一言も言ってなかったけど。
嘘じゃないよ。あの柔らかい感触は肘掛けのはずがない。女の子の手に決まってる。
Okay, Daru, move on.
そう。
ただ僕、女の子と手をつなぐなんて2次元ならともかく3次元じゃほとんど経験なくて。
それでどうしたの？
天音優しいからさ、僕を傷つけないようにと思ったのか、その手を振りほどかないんだお。僕ってこの体型じゃん。手汗とかかきまくりじゃん。ベッタベッタになるわけじゃん。なのに天音氏、何にも言わずそのままで。なんかそれからすごく意識するようになっちゃって。
ああ、なるほどね。それであんなにポンコツになってたのか。
天音氏もきっと心の中でキモいうざい話せ変態って思ってたに違いないよ。
母さんはそんな人間じゃないよ。
In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him somehow. The problem was what she had said.
私はどうしたいんでしょうね。
What does she mean by that?
母さんがわからない。
鈴葉、こうなったら母さんのことは諦めて僕と二人で仲良く生きていこう。
言ってることがめちゃくちゃだよ。そもそも私はどうやって生まれてくればいいんだ。
でも無理だって。
父さんが頑張らないでどうするの？このピンチをチャンスに変えるんだよ。
She grabbed her father by the collar and shook him.
出ないと。
She remembered how sad Yuki had looked when they had said goodbye.
出ないと取り返しがつかないことになるよ。
ですよね。
Suzuha was starting to wonder about leaving, especially now she had said even more. Especially now she had even more to worry about. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Yuki after all. To get her together? That's funny. She realized again how powerless she was being from the future. The Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese Office Prep Room in Wako City hadn't changed a bit in 6 months. That name just doesn't end. Holy crap. It was still far from being what it needed to be, and still almost completely empty. There were rows and rows of empty desks. The amount of dust on the tables had perhaps increased. After Dr. Luskinen had left, it had probably remained unused.
わざわざ呼びつけてすまないね、リンタロウ。
ああ、いえ。
Dr. Luskinen had told me he wanted to update the Amadeus app to the latest version, so I'd come to his office after class. Maho had connected my phone to her PC to begin the process. He said it would only take 10 minutes, so I was sitting around and waiting.
ところで、リンタロウ。以前にも話したと思うが、本気で留学について考えてみないかい？
え？
君が問題なければ推薦状も書こうじゃないか。もちろんテストや面接はパスする必要があるけどね。
I frantically straightened my posture.
とてもありがたい話なんですが、今の俺の学力じゃまだ難しいかと。俺、真剣にビクトル・コンドリア大を目指しているんです。だからこそ絶対に失敗したくなくて、そのためにはせめてあと1年本気で勉強すべきだって思っていて。
Dr. Leskinen pursed his lips as I tried to stammer out an explanation. But soon,
OK
patted me on the shoulder and smiled.
やはり君はとても思慮深い青年だね。
そうですか。そんな風に言われたのは初めてですが。
Okabe is quite thoughtful. Saying it was one thing, but maybe I was just a coward. There were times when you needed the courage to move forward without being afraid of failure. Was now one of those times?
では、挑戦は来年かな？
そうですね。
Had I missed my chance? Would Dr. Leskinen wait until next year? I started to get nervous.
根を詰めすぎるのも良くないよ。例えば大学を見学に行くだけでもモチベーションのアップにつながると思う。
見学ですか？
もしタイミングが合えば旅費は出すからぜひ一度一緒に行ってみないかい？
Yeah, you really want him at your home base, huh? Leskinen.
そこまでしてもらえるなんてありがとうございます。
もちろん私は次いつアメリカに帰れるかどうかわからないから時期については明言できないがね。
はい。
I bowed my head in gratitude. Hello, L Juicy 9. How are you doing? Happy Saturday? Depending on where you are. I hope you're having a good one. Meeting Dr. Leskinen was a real lucky break for me. I don't know about that. Juicy, have you played this, watched Zero and the original before in anime form? You usually stream visual novels? I'm new. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I haven't been streaming super long, but I did Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero. So, and then I play games occasionally, like once a week. So yeah, I would say most of the time I stream visual novels. Welcome in them. By chance, my eyes met Maho's. For some reason, her smile was a little sad. She quickly looked away and went back to her work. Maho was staying in a business hotel a few stops down from Wako City. This, I don't know, nest of madness. You like it? You like Steins Gate Zero? Have you... I assume that you have played this or watched it before. She says she deliberately avoided staying in the same hotel as last time. Visual novels in general. Yeah, I'm really quite liking the genre, or like visual novel-esque games. I wouldn't say like the things that I play are 100% strict visual novels all the time, but I do tend to lean on text-based games that are, you know, just a lot of reading. I don't read enough outside of gaming, so this is kind of my way of making up for it. It's not quite as convenient though.
というか、少しは片付けたらどうだ?
She hadn't spent that much time in Japan and it was already messy.
片付ける？私は自分が一番効率的に過ごすことのできる配置をしているだけよ。
which meant she was refusing the hotel's cleaning
そん
service.
な風にデリカシーが欠けてるから先輩にはいつまで経っても彼氏ができないんですよ。
I could hear Kurisu from my phone. She was annoyed. Steins Gate is regarded as one of the best, but have not played it. Oh. Alright, bye Hordian. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. It's always good to see you. Have a good rest of your day. I think you'll really enjoy Steins Gate then. I mean, I really liked the original. I mean, the original felt slow, very slow, the first half. But it was phenomenal second half. And I would say, and I know this is a hot take, but I think Steins Gate 0 is on par, if not better, than the original, in my opinion. After the app updated, I left Amadeus running.
大きなお世話よ。
この部屋の惨状で人を招くなんて普通は恥ずかしくてとてもできません。
Well, cleaning wasn't a specialty of mine either. It wouldn't be right to give her too much of a hard time.
それで俺に話って。
I come to Maho's hotel because she said she wanted to talk to me about something. Again, I don't trust this Maho. I don't know. I feel like something bad must have... it would be hard-pressed for me to believe that Leskinen was able to talk himself out of that situation. I wouldn't have minded talking about it in the office, but she insisted on speaking alone in her hotel room. I knew she didn't mean anything by it. After knowing her for half a year, I knew she wasn't the type. Oh, she has her serious face on. What is going on, Maho? Maho looked like she was having trouble finding the words she wanted to say.
あなたにまだ聞けていないから。
Told you what?
クリスの事件の真相を。
Okay. I quickly shut down the Amadeus app.
それにタイムマシンのことについても聞きたいの。
タイムマシン？
クリスは中鉢論文に関わっている。そう言ったのはあなたよ。ねえ、あの子は本当にタイムマシンを？
It's so... I don't know. She's asking such pointed questions. How should I answer that? Last time, she'd been trying to decrypt Kurisa's laptop. I was willing to tell her what I experienced in order to get her to stop. In the end, I lost a chance though. But things were different now. Kurisa's laptop was gone. There was no reason to bring it up anymore. But then Maho said something I didn't expect.
実は私、この半年、本来の研究と並行でタイムマシンの研究をしていたの。
なんだって。
That Salieri spirit in her.
クリスにできたのなら私もって思ってしまって。歪んだ対抗意識ね。意地になっているのかも。でもね、もしタイムマシンを作ることができたらクリスのことを救えるかもって。
やめろ
Yeah, we've been burned way too many times on this. This was awful. Why bring it up now? Maho was still haunted by Kurisa's death just as much as I
バカな
was.
ことは考えるな。
岡部さん。
マキセクリスを救おうなんて考えるんじゃない。そんな可能性はゼロなんだ。神の設営がそれを許さない。
やっぱりあなたやっぱり何か知っているのね。
Maho got closer to me.
もしかして実現させたの？クリスはタイムマシンを完成させている？あなたはそれに乗ってすでに人類初のタイムトラベルを行ったんでしょ？そうなんだわ。
I mean, the real humanity's first time traveler is Suzuha, but
根拠があって言っているのか。
I pretended to remain calm. Maho seemed shocked at her own
ご
words.
めんなさい。私どうかしているわ。こんな妄想を口にするなんて。
Oh, Maho.
ヒアジョさん。
Maho started to cry. I didn't know what to do when she started crying right in front of me.
どうしたのかしら。私こんな急に。
Yeah, I think she must have gotten something implanted in her, either ideas or certain... I don't know what.
全然泣くつもりなんて。
She used her fingers to wipe away the tears. She seemed pretty unstable. I could sense a lot more fragility than I had seen before. She looked like she'd been psychologically pushed to the limit. All the things she had experienced must have taken a toll on her. When we were talking on video chat, I hadn't seen any signs of that at all. Should I tell her? If she was researching a time machine, that was a bad sign. She might start looking into things and open doors that should remain closed. If that was the case, I should tell her what I experienced, then have her give up just like I did.
わかった。俺が経験したことを話そう。
I feel like if she knows, Leskinen's gonna know, and this timeline's gonna implode.
絶対に誰にも他言無用だ。
Yeah, we've seen how well that worked with Fubuki,
それ
right?
ともう一度これだけは言っておく。マキセクリスを救おうとは考えるな。いいな。
She nodded as she wiped away the tears. I told her about the events in the Alpha War line, about the time machine, about reading Steiner, about the method of sending memories back through time that I called a time leap, about how Kurisu had developed a time leap machine that made this possible, about Amane Suzuha, the time traveler from the year 2036. We are telling her everything. About the future Suzuha had told us about in World War III, and about how the race to develop a time machine would set off that war. I told her all these things as matter-of-factly as I could. As for how Kurisu died, I couldn't tell her that. When I told her everything, she fell silent for a bit. She took a deep breath, frowned, and rubbed her temples.
頭が痛いわ。
全て信じる必要はない。俺の頭がおかしいと思っても構わない。だが、もし君がタイムマシンの研究を続けてマキセ・クリスを救おうとするなら、俺はどんな手段を使っても止めるつもりだ。だから変な考えは捨てるんだ。自分を追い詰めるのはよせ。
I was about to say more, but Maho put her hand up to stop me.
もう少し整理させて。あなたの言うリーディングシュタイナーって新型脳炎のことじゃないの？レスキネン教授が話していた症状と同じだわ。
そうだな。そうかもしれない。レスキネン教授には話すべきかどうかまだ迷っているんだ。無用な混乱を招くかもしれないし。君はどう思う？
私に聞かないで。
Maho was still massaging her temples with her fingers.
そうだな。すまない。
あなたはクリスのノート PC を本当に破壊してしまったの？
I mean, we said we did. I hope we actually did.
ああ、
Okay,
壊
good.
した。
中身は見た？
ロックの解除方法がわからなかったんだ。見ようがない。
Even Daru said he couldn't do it. There was no way I could do it on my own.
あなたはクリスが書いたタイムマシンに関するオリジナルの論文を読んだの？
Interesting.
いや。
That's the question you'd ask? Maho kept asking me questions. She seemed to be in some kind of strange hurry.
あなたはクリスがどうやってタイムリープマシンを完成させたか知っているの？
Bye, Maki. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you next time. She is very concerned about the time machine and the technology around it. It's like that part of her personality, the serieri aspect of her personality, is getting amplified.
おおよそはな。
再現できる？
どうだろうか。ダルの助けがあれば、あるいは。
Oh, bad.
できるのね。
俺一人じゃ難しい。
私なら。
そんなことは考えるな。
Maho suddenly grimaced, as if she was in pain. I realized how pale she was.
ヒアジョさん、大丈夫か？
Did you really have a headache or something?
少し横になるか？
But she shook her head and kept asking questions.
タイムマシンは今どこにあるの？鈴葉さんが乗ってきたという。それはどこに？
Oh no.
お。
どこなの？
I wasn't sure if I should say without Suzuha's permission.
秋葉原だ。
Maho looked so desperate that I found myself answering her question.
ラジカンの屋上に今もある。
そう。
Her shoulders slumped and her head drooped. I was worried that she might ask to see it for herself, but maybe she really was sick.
本当に平気か？
I put my hand on her shoulder and looked at her face.
今日はもう休んだ方が。
What's going on? There was no warning at all. Maho's tiny body slammed into me. The force was enough to push me back to the wall.
何を？
Before I knew what was happening, her arm was against my throat. She was using the bone in her arm to put pressure on my windpipe. I couldn't breathe or speak. I twisted my body and tried to resist, still clueless as to what was going on. Then she used her other hand to grab my head and slam it back into the wall. Her strength was incredible. I was a lot bigger than she was, but still, I couldn't escape her grasp.
残念だわ、岡部さん。
Her voice was very dark and very cold. And just to say it, when she uses the word "zanenda," it's like, it's not really sorry. Like, as in apologetic sorry. It's more like, touche. Like, oh, this is too bad kind of thing. And suddenly she moaned again and her face twisted in pain. Yeah, there's like 2 memories and 2 personalities in here.
頭が荒れそうよ。
She was crying again.
なんで私に話してくれたのよ。あなたは黙っているべきだったのに。
I couldn't escape. I grabbed onto her long hair and tried to pull her away, but she didn't move at all. It was as if she felt no pain. My phone had been vibrating in my pocket for a while now. I desperately grabbed for it. I pressed a button without even looking at the screen. Please answer, Kurisu.
Okabe?
Kurisu.
I was blacking out. Was I going to die here? Without even knowing why Maho was trying to kill me. But the whole time she was strangling me, Maho looked like she was in so much pain. And wait, was she still crying? Before I could figure out if her tears were real or an act, I passed out. When I woke up, my throat hurt. Ooh, praise the VA, that was good. I tried to cover my mouth with my hands, but something was keeping them from moving. So we're all tied up somewhere. I opened my eyes and saw that I was sitting in some kind of chair with my head facing downward. I slowly raised my head. My hands were tied to the armrests with zip ties. When I tried to break out, the ties dug into my skin and hurt very badly. I tried looking around. This is the, and the only way that we know is because we've been through other roads at this point. But this is the base of Stratfo, I believe. Yeah. This is the Stratfo base in Tokyo Denki University. The university that Okabe attends. Okay. So we know that there's the technology here in the room. There were machines that looked like they belonged in operating rooms of a hospital. Shit. But the walls was also lined with monitors, like some kind of guard room or control room. I couldn't see any windows, so I had no idea where I was. My throat hurt when I tried to speak. And then I remembered that Maho had almost killed me. Why had she done that? I felt more confused than angry.
やあ、レンタロウ、目が覚めたかい？
You can drop the act with the accent. I know you speak perfect Japanese by this point, Leskinen. I heard footsteps and saw a wavering shadow beneath the dim fluorescent lights in front of me. I knew that voice. There's a reason why he's trying to get you to Victochondria so badly.
レスキネン教授。
気分はどうかな？喉が渇いたなら水を用意させるよ。
I don't understand. Why haven't you broken the act? What's going on, dude? When I looked again, I saw that he wasn't alone. There were several men behind him in black suits. They were looking at me without saying a word. All of them were holding guns. They looked like men in blacks and reminded me of the foreigners I had almost ran into at Daru's shop 6 months ago. But was it the same group?
これは一体。
There were a lot of things I wanted to ask, but more than anything, I wanted to know why Dr. Leskinen wasn't helping me. Of course, the first thing that came to mind was the obvious answer. It was Dr. Leskinen who had put me here, and Maho had captured me under his orders. But I didn't want to think about that. I think that's it.
ここはどこですか？
So all I could ask was a stupid question like that.
私の目に狂いはなかったよ。君はまさに情報の宝庫だ。
Jesus Christ. Okay.
今や合衆国大統領にも匹敵する価値のある人物と言ってもいい。
The creepiest thing is he is smiling as he said that. He's going to dig us for information without any sense of morality, I think. He didn't answer me, but he showed me a self-satisfied smile. Here's another psychopath. Very good. I could feel alarm bells going off in my head. I was getting more suspicious of Dr. Leskinen.
俺は監禁されてるんですか？
監禁というよりは保護と言った方がいいだろうね。
Quote, protection, unquote.
君の価値が明らかになれば、狙ってくる連中はたくさん出てくるはずだからね。
レスキネン教授が指示したんですか？
そうだよ。私がこうすべきだと判断した。魔法から君の持つ情報について聞いてね。
Yeah, something bad must have happened to the original.
ヒアジョウさんはどこです？
ホテルで休んでるんじゃないかな。
ヒアジョウさんは俺から情報を引き出すために近づいてきたんですか？
最初はそうではなかったよ。結果的にはそうなったけれどね。
He is so chill about it.
あなたも俺に親切にしてくれたのもそういう打算があったからですか？
Oh, got in.
あなたは一体何者なんです？
まあまあ落ち着けなさい。前に教えただろう。科学者たるもの、常に冷静でなければいけない。興奮していいのは実験が成功した時だけだと。
Instead of feeling calm, Dr. Leskinen's attitude was pissing me off. I felt betrayed. There was rage, frustration, sorrow, and a lot of other feelings all mixed together as I gritted my teeth. Dr. Leskinen ignored me and gave a brief order in English to the other men. They left the room. Only Dr. Leskinen and I remained.
さて、リンタロウ。私のもう一つの仕事の話をしよ
う。もう一つの仕事。
It was then that I remembered the other war line that I'd been sent to. Sumoyama had told me that an American organization had demanded that I be turned over.
CIA か NSC か
But Dr. Leskinen only chuckled.
一緒にされては心外だな。
Wow, okay.
彼らは無能な公務員の集まりだよ。君はストラテジック・フォーカス社というアメリカの民間情報機関を知っているかな？
So he is Stratfo. Okay. And, ooh, let me grab my notebook. So Leskinen is for sure Stratfo. We know that not Leskinen, what's her name? Rias is Derpa. And Rias is like kind of insane. She would just shoot everybody. And then Moika as Rounders, but we haven't seen Moika in years, so maybe she is not involved in any of this.
Strategic focus.
I'd heard of them before, on a conspiracy theory site that the old me used to read all the time. I remembered reading that they'd acquired top secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation, and at the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they had obtained information about the warring countries faster than anyone and spread it as needed. The world's governments supposedly call them the Shadow CIA.
あなたがそのストラト4だって。でも脳科学研究所の主任研究員じゃ。
本業はそっちだよ。もちろんね。ところで私はよくこういう説を唱える連中に出くわすんだ。
It's just like Daru. Daru has a side job too.
人間は殺し合いをする猿である。人間の脳だけが大脳神秘質の発達によって狂った信仰や野望を持つようになり、そのせいで戦争が起きる。
We're just monkeys that murder each other. I mean, they're not wrong.
だが、私はそうした説を聞くたびに思うのさ。そんなバカみたいな考え方は受け入れられない。でたらめだとね。ではなぜ人間同士の不毛な戦争がいつまでも終わらないのか。わかるかな、レンタロウ。それはね、情報のせいなんだよ。人間は誰しもあるコミュニティに属している軍隊だ。個人個人は自主的に行動しているつもりでいても、実は全ての脳はそのコミュニティに流布されている情報によってつながっている。そして一つの群れとして生きることを余儀なくされているのさ。例を挙げてみよう。そうだな。 例えは悪いが、ヨーロッパのある国が行った人類史上最悪の大虐殺は何も中世の魔女狩りの時代に起こった出来事じゃない。20世紀も半ば、すでに原子爆弾すら作られていた、そんな時代の話なんだよ。しかもその国は当時最先端の文明国家の一つだった。その国の指導者の資質問題は歴史学者に委ねるとして、実際の現場で虐殺に手を染めた人々のことを君は知っているかい？彼らはただの人殺しの猿だったのだろうか？違う。彼らはごくありふれた普通の人たちだった。脳科学的に見ても何一つ異常の見られない普通の脳だったはずだ。ところがひとたびそこにとある最悪の情報が伝播すると、
Okay, I'm starting to see your point, finally. Okay.
途端に彼らの脳は平気で虐殺を行う軍隊と化してしまう。
最悪の情報。
これは
Ideas.
我々の使命なのだ。我々は正しいのだ。だから使命に従わない者は悪なのだ。そういう情報さ。
何が言いたいんですか？
人間の脳という脆い軍隊のための情報はきちんと制御できる者が管理しなくてはならないということだよ。
There's just something so dissociative about the way that he talks.
それがストラテジックフォーカスの最終目的だ。私はそれに共感して脳科学者でありながらエージェントとして協力している。分かってくれたかな？
わかりません。
If you control the information and ideas planted in people's head, you essentially control the world. Fair. But at the same time, how can you be sure that you're also free from that bound?
そんなのよくある映画の悪役のへりくつだ。結局あなたは金で情報を売買してるだけじゃないですか。俺が情報の宝庫だって言いましたよね。
And they're gonna mine you, Okarin.
タイムマシンの情報を一体どの国に売るつもりです？アメリカ、中国、それとも中東やアフリカの紛争地域ですか？
そのすべてだよ。
That is the worst answer. I hate it. I mean, maybe the best answer, right? Like if you put everyone at the same starting place, then no one has an edge. But at the same, oh my god, this is a psychopath. Luskin shrugged his shoulders and quietly laughed.
核兵器と同じさ。抑止力としてあらゆる国に必要だと思っている。
If everyone has it, then nobody has it. Sure.
タイムマシンは核兵器なんかとはわけが違う。それが使われたかどうか誰も気づかない。もしかしたら使った本人さえも気づかないうちに世界は改変されてしまうんだ。抑止力になんかならない。どの国も誰がどう世界線をいじったのかすら感知できないまま狂ったように改変を続けるでしょう。永遠に。
その通り。
Okay.
タイムマシンは核兵器以上にデリケートだ。だからこそ 君たちの能力が必要となる。
Basically, everyone who's able to maintain some semblance of memories across world lines.
君は確かリーディングサイナーと名付けたそうだね。どうやら新型脳炎とほぼ同じ症例だとか。
That's right. Leskinen was researching the new encephalitis too.
我々は新型脳炎患者が過去改変を感知できるのかもしれないというところまでは突き止めていてね。ずっとその確証を求めていたんだ。世界中の諜報機関も同じ躍起になって調べている。
I hated myself for not realizing the possibility sooner. I'd always had the wrong idea. I thought that the reason the new encephalitis patients were being brought together was just to give them meaningless treatment. Oh, my sweet summer child. But I was naive. Too naive. Leskinen and Stratford's goal was to gather people with reading Steiner and study them.
さっき真帆から君の特筆すべき能力のことを詳細に聞かせてもらったよ。本来君からはクリスの失われた成果について聞き出せればそれでいいと思っていたが、新型脳炎の情報まで出てくるとは。君は最高だよ。ここでも我々は世界に対して一歩先んじることができる。というか、君はどうしてもっと早く私にその能力のことを話してくれなかったんだい？
Because you're sus. Dude.
そうすれば君の友人勝美の脳もあそこまでいろいろといじくらないで済んだのに。
Oh my god. Katsumi. Nakase Katsumi. Did he mean Fubuki? So that's why Fubuki told him about all that, right? About how she has memories from different world lines instead of just keeping quiet as she had promised Okarin.
それに君が話してくれていたなら魔法の脳に施術をすることもなかったんだ。
Mm-hmm. So he's been torturing everybody.
ヒアジョさんまで。
Was that why she was acting so weird?
あなたの助手だろ。あなたを尊敬し慕っていたのに。
I mean, isn't it funny or ironic? Funny probably isn't a word. Ironic that he was talking about, you know, the murderers on the ground, how they had this idea or information planted in their heads that they are in the right and was able to kill with no remorse. And he's doing the exact same thing. He believes that he is the righteous, you know, being able to control the information or such the ideologies in people's minds and therefore sort of be able to control the world for better or for worse. And he's having pretty much no remorse, right? When it comes to torturing people's brains and retrieving information and making them do as he orders.
そんな人体実験みたいな真似をよくも。
今後人類に貢献する情報を手に入れるために必要なことだったんだ。それにそんなに慌てなくても大丈夫。 魔法も活身も将来少し脳機能に障害が残る程度で済むはずだ。
What do you mean by minor impairments?
あんた狂ってる。
He's sick. My God. For the first time, I felt hatred for and fear of the man in front of me. I couldn't believe that this was the same man I had respected so much.
ウェディングスタイナー保有者の脳を調べればもっといろいろな発見があるだろう。それをタイムマシンとセットで売れば世界の軍事バランスは完全に保たれる。戦争も回避できるんだ。
You're playing with fire, dude.
君にもぜひ協力してほしい。
Leskinen's mannerism hadn't changed a bit, even as he spoke of these horrifying things. Yeah, that's what I meant. At least to a certain extent, at least Raya's was exhibiting excitement and, you know, like the fact that like she is getting power, all that stuff. But it's just a walk in the park. He spoke of these insane things in the same manner that Maho once described as like a mischievous child's.
俺のことを騙してたんですね。俺に近づいたのはただ俺がクリスと親しかったからだ。クリスの生前の情報を俺から引き出そうとしていた。
騙していたつもりはないよ。君と最初に会ったのは偶然だ。エムディオスのテスターを頼んだのは君がクリスの友人だからというのが大きかったがね。ただ君のことを知るうちに純粋に興味を持ったのは本当だ。今でも思っているよ。私の下で研究員になってくれたら嬉しいとね。
No, I mean, we know what happened to Maho. Why would anyone want to be your assistant?
だが、それとこれとは別の話なんだ。さっき言っただろう。君は今この時点で合衆国大統領に匹敵するレベルの重要人物だと。私個人の考えよりも我々の仕事を優先せざるを得ないんだ。未来の人類の平和のために。
Ha! Oh my god.
残念だ、リンタロウ。そして楽しみでもある。君の持つ情報の全貌を私は早く知りたくてうずうずしているよ。
Yeah, he's just gonna mine us.
地獄に落ちろ。
これから君の記憶データを取らせてもらう。君の記憶をアメデウスシステムとして使わせてもらうんだ。面白いアイデアだろ？
We're gonna have a bracket, Okabe.
そうすれば、君が不良の事故で死んでも、君の記憶は残る。
Exactly. The biological us has lost all of its values. It's terrible.
ああ、心配しなくてもいい。元より殺すつもりなどないよ。人間というのはエムデウスよりもセキュリティが甘いんだ。
So he can tap into us more easily is... Oh my god. The scariest thing about the way that he talks is like everything is implied.
普通を味わうと、それから逃れるために簡単に情報を漏らす。
Holy crap.
秘密保持のセキュリティなどないに等しい。拷問が通用しないエムデウスより生身の君の相手をする方がずっと楽だ。記憶データを取るのはバックアップだと思ってくれたまえ。 例えば君が拷問に耐えきれず精神崩壊を起こしてしまったとしても、近い将来記憶データを君の脳にダウンロードして回復させることもできるからね。
Does it work that way? I know memories are memories, but what about like the psyche aspect of it? Interesting. I mean, not. I don't know how to phrase it better, but this is the worst timeline.
君も私の講演に参加していたから知っているだろう。まず記憶データの取得。その後で君自身からいろいろなことを教えてもらう予定だ。忙しくなるぞ。さあ、リラックスして。そうでないとデータを正常に取得できないからね。
I mean, is the best course of action that we can take now is just not relax, so he doesn't have a good backup?
そんな顔をしても誰も助けには来ない。ここは我々ストラット4が管理する場所だからね。我々以外には誰も知らない。
Well, where's the Dripper girl? Where's Rias?
誰もだ。
I was too stunned to think. There was nowhere to run. My knees shook in terror as I imagined what was about to happen to me. Maybe it would have been better to die. And then I felt sick as I remembered that I was fated not to die until 2025. So they tortured him. For what? 14 years? If no amount of torture could kill me, this was literally hell. Oh my god, the writing. That's incredible. Her head hurt. Maho knelt down, closed her eyes, and bit her lips to shout out the pain. There was an annoying noise in her head that wouldn't go away. It made the headache worse. No matter how much she covered her ears, she couldn't block it out. She wanted to scream from the pain, but she held it in because she thought it would only make her headache worse. She could hear a voice mixed in with the noise. It was Dr. Leskinen's.
いいかい、マホ。君はどんな手段を使ってでも、リンタロウ・オカベが抱えている秘密を暴くんだ。でないと、彼を殺さなくてはいけなくなる。そんなのは嫌だろ？君もリンタロウのことを随分と気にかけていたじゃないか。散々私やクリスが煽ったからね。君にその気などなくてもついつい意識してしまうものさ。それが人の心理だ。彼を助ける意味でも彼の持つ情報を引き出してほしい。そうしたら私はリンタロウを我が研究室に無条件で迎え入れてあげてもいい。
Bring him to my lab unconditionally and then do what to him?
マホ、彼について知り得たことはすべて私に報告しなさい。彼の未来は君の手にかかっていると言ってもいい。
The voice and the noise were extremely unpleasant. She couldn't really understand what the voice was saying. She could hear him speaking, but her brain refused to understand the meaning of the words. But it didn't matter either way. Maho had done something terrible to Okabe Rintaro. She had sold him out to Dr. Leskinen and Stratfo. And the fact that she knew it just made her guilt worse. She wanted to disappear from the world altogether.
Maho-san?
Mayuri, please don't let anything bad happen to Mayuri. She was on a busy street in Akihabara in early summer. She was leaning on the side of a building in the shade when she heard someone call her name.
やっぱり真帆さんだ。
Mayuri is white in summer.
まゆりさん。
She didn't expect to see Mayuri here, so she didn't know how to respond. She just looked back and stared.
具合悪いんですか？
大丈夫よ。
オカリンを見ませんでしたか？
え。
Maho went completely still. Mayuri's innocent question reminded her of her own stupidity and cowardice.
どうして？
Her voice was shaking.
オカリン、昨日から連絡つかなくて、お家にも帰ってないし、電話も出ないし、メールや LINE にも返事来ないんです。ダルくんは心配しすぎだって言うんだけど、なんだか胸騒ぎがするのです。だから今日は学校を早退してこの辺りをずっと探してました。
It was still only July, but it was pretty hot. She'd been wandering around all of Akihabara in this heat? Shina Mayuri was a kind, pure-hearted girl. That was the impression that Maho had. She would never betray someone or get jealous or let someone manipulate her.
知りたい。
え？
Mayuri leaned forward.
真帆さん、オカリンのこと何か知ってるんですか？もし知ってるなら教えてください。お願いします。
She bowed deeply.
そうか。
And then she realized. And then she wished she hadn't. Mayuri was in love with Okabe Rintaro. A dull pain ran down her temples.
君もリンタロウのことを随分と気にかけていたじゃないか。
She could hear the noise in her head. Just tell Mayuri everything. And then have this innocent girl tell you how horrible you are. Maybe you'll feel better then. The idea raced through Maho's head. Even as she knew it was wrong, she tried to hold back her headache as she opened her mouth.
ゆうべ、深夜、岡部さんと一緒だったの。
What are you implying, Maho?
そうなんですか。それでオカリンは今どこに？
Maho ignored her question.
岡部さんは昨日、私にこんな話をしてくれたわ。
No.
彼が経験してきた別の世界において、椎名真由里さん、あなたは何度も死んだんですって。
Don't tell her.
何度やっても助けられず、あなたは死に続けた。
She is breaking everything Okabe, or the old Okabe, had tried so hard to protect. You can't tell her this.
その悪夢のようなループから抜け出すために、あなたを救うために。
It was like another person was speaking using Maho's mouth.
岡部さんはクリスのことを犠牲にしたんだって、見殺しにしたんだって、そんな話をしてくれた。タイムマシンを作り、クリスをもう一度救おうとすれば、またあの頃に逆戻りしてしまう。
You're hurting her, but the words didn't stop.
岡部さんはそのことをひどく恐れている。あなたを必死で守ろうとしている。ここはあなたを守るために他の多くのものを犠牲にして選択された世界なのよ。あなたは何も知らされていないだろうけど。
嘘、そんな。オカリン。
Mayuri was too shocked to speak. She looked like she was about to cry at any instant. Suddenly, Mayuri turned around and started to walk away with slumped shoulders. Even from behind her, Maho could tell she was having trouble walking straight. The truth was so cruel that confronting it threatened her very identity. That's how it seemed to Maho. Maho was still in a trance. It felt like there was a fog covering everything she saw. It was all out of focus, like a mirage. If someone told her it was a dream, she would easily believe it. The same was true of her own mind. She knew she should feel worse about what she just told Mayuri, but while she realized she'd hurt her, she felt no emotion. Is this the small defect that Leskinen was talking about? That was probably why she was able to say something so awful. And then the phone in her pocket began to vibrate. She looked and saw it was from Amadeus, from Kurise. She felt a small, thin needle prick her paralyzed heart. Wake up, please. She couldn't answer it. How could she? She stared at the LCD screen, unable to move her fingers, even a centimeter.
出られるわけないじゃない。
She couldn't let Kurise see her like this. But even so, it felt wrong to just stay here. Maho decided to go after Mayuri. But by the time she made it to the overpass, Mayuri was already gone. Since she was right in front of the station, there were many people around, and it would have been impossible to find her.
なぜ私の前に現れたの。私に声なんてかけなければ傷つかずに済んだのに。私はもう以前の私ではなくなってしまったのよ。
She looked down over the station from the overpass and whispered to herself. And then she saw someone in a distinctive outfit approaching her. Kagari, let's go. They were wearing a black motorcycle suit and a black full-face helmet despite the heat. She thought it might have been a cosplayer, but instead of trying to take pictures, the people nearby were avoiding them. Given a closer look, the person appeared to be a woman. Even Maho could tell she had incredible proportions. The woman walked under the overpass and vanished from Maho's view. And then she came up the stairs. And she came right toward Maho. Maho quickly looked away, like the other pedestrians, and tried to run away. But before she could, the woman in the motorcycle suit ran over and wordlessly grabbed her hand. There was a pain in her cheek. She was caught off guard and staggered to the ground. At first, she didn't know what had happened. She rubbed her aching cheek, and only then did she realize that the woman in the motorcycle suit had slapped her. Oh my god, Kagari. What is your relationship with all of this? Are you a Stratfo? She could hear a muffled female voice from within the helmet. Her voice was very calm, which only terrified Maho more. You're definitely Stratfo. Oh, Kagari. Because she was wearing a helmet, Maho couldn't read her facial expression. Since the visor had been lowered, she couldn't even see her eyes. Kagari isn't the best written character. She is very broken, I think, and in that way, I think she is okay so far. But yeah, no, I agree. I think it's because her story is so fractured that it doesn't tie very well together. There was no answer to her question. Instead, the woman looked up to the sky as if she noticed something. Maho looked up too. For a moment, it seemed as if a black shadow crossed the window of the building. She could hear a helicopter. It was close. How long had it been there? She hadn't noticed it at all, and then she felt the air around her change. The pedestrians... You personally don't find her story realistic or believable, but maybe expect too much from anime. I still don't quite understand her story. I think that's one of the problems that I'm having with her particular storyline. It's like, I know every, branch that we walk down on is something that had happened. She's 20 and still like a brainwashed child. I mean, there's got to be a way to stifle that emotional growth, probably. There are, I guess there must be, she probably has gone through enough trauma so that she is emotionally damaged that way. Which made me wonder, I'm curious as to what her relationship with the professor, is she working? I mean, she's probably an experiment within Stratfo. So if her brain was just constantly washed and re-implemented with memories, there's a possibility that she never got the time to emotionally mature. It's just a guess though. I don't really know. But she suffered a lot, I think. The pedestrians were all looking toward the station in fear and shock. She could hear people saying things like, "What's that? Are they filming a TV show? Some kind of cosplay event?" Something was going on at the station. Maho stood up and looked too.
何あれ
She found herself whispering the same thing as the others. There were only 2 trucks painted a deep military green parked outside the station. Men were coming out of them, dressed in camo and carrying weapons. At first, she thought it may have been the self-defense force, but the men weren't Japanese. It was hard to believe that what she was seeing was taking place in Japan. The man in camo disappeared into the alleyways as everyone watched from a safe distance. They were heading toward Rarikan. Maho had heard from Rintaro yesterday that the time machine was there.
まさかストラト4
Yeah, Maho. Or Russia, or perhaps another country's military. Were they here because Maho had told Leskinen what she learned from Rintaro? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was hit with another terrible headache. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. Until a moment ago, everything had seemed so hazy, but now she felt crushed by overwhelming guilt. If Okabe was right and World War III was going to begin here in Akihabara, it would be because she gave the information he shared with her to Stratford. She suddenly realized that the girl who threatened to kill her had run down the stairs and toward the station. Maho never did figure out who she was. And then her phone started to vibrate again. It was from Kurisu. She wanted to get away from the guilt, so this time she picked up the phone.
先輩
クリス
大丈夫ですか
何が
一体どうしちゃったんですか
どうもしないわ
だって泣いてるじゃないですか
Only then did she realize that her eyes were overflowing with tears. The fog over her mind was now totally gone, and all that was left was the guilt, the regret, and the headaches.
頭が痛いの
彼の未来は君の手にかかっていると言ってもいい。
It's interesting because Kagari was a war orphan. And she had heard voice of, quote, God, unquote. I wonder if it's similar to what Maho is experiencing right now, you know? And in that case, was she a product of Velaskinen's research? Like even before she was adopted by Mayuri. Time is weird in this game. I can't keep it straight. She heard the noise again. He's living his worst life ever imaginable right now.
岡部さんのことなんてどうでもいいでしょ。
殺そうとしてたじゃないですか。私見たんですよ。
How does she know?
私のことは放っておいて。
そういうわけにはいきません。
放っておいてよ。あなたには勝てなかった。私はどれだけやってもクリスにかなわない。ねえクリス。
I feel like all of the endings that we've gotten previously is leading up to this moment in the worst way possible.
私はあなたのことを尊敬している。私より年下だけど大した科学者だと思うわ。でも心の底ではこう思ってたのよ。どうして私の前に現れたの？どうしてあと10年先に現れてくれなかったの？どうしてあと10年後に現れてくれなかったの？
I think it doesn't matter whether or not it's a 10-year difference. As long as the two of them are born in the same era, she's always gonna feel that way, Maho.
あなたがいなければ私はもっと平凡な日々を送っていたはずなのに、こんな醜い感情になんか支配されずに済んだのにって。私はあなたに常識を破壊されっぱなしなの。
We truly are just monkeys murdering each other, right? Everyone is hurting everybody right now.
死んでまであなたの存在が私につきまとうの。あなたの死を心から悼みたいのにそれができない。越えられない壁としてあなたが立ちはだかり続けていて、プライドと意地が邪魔をしてしまうの。そんなところにつけ込まれて、私は一番信頼していた人にまで裏切られて、私を信頼してくれた友達を裏切ってしまった。もう私頭がぐちゃぐちゃよ。だから放っておいてよ。
先輩。
She was getting far too emotional. Normally she'd never behave like this, but she couldn't stop herself. Gunshots? She heard an explosion in the distance. The people around her started screaming, panic, and run. The flames from the explosions were coming from the direction the men in the camel had gone. Did they do it? The helicopter sounds were getting louder. Glimpses of their dark, agile body had flashed in and out of Maho's vision for a little while now. And then she started to hear loud gunfire. It was more than one or two people shooting. There was a battle going on between many people, taking place here in front of Akihabara Station. It was like the beginning of a war. What if If what Rintaro said was true, Amane Suzuha might be near the time machine, and she might be caught up in the battle. She wondered about the woman in the motorcycle suit, too. She started to stagger forward. She still didn't know what she was planning, but she needed to take responsibility for what she'd done. The elevators in Larikon were broken. Maho had no choice but to take the stairs to the roof. But maybe the power had been cut because the lights were off on every floor. She could hear sporadic sounds of gunfire from the floors above. Strangely, nobody came running past her to escape. There were several shops in the building, and of course, there should have been customers there. But despite that, since the elevators weren't working, had they all evacuated earlier? Or were they all hiding somewhere and waiting for the terror to end? Or that was what she thought about as she sweated her way up the stairs. Just before she reached the roof, she saw someone for the first time. She was sitting on the stairs, cradling her knees. For some reason, her voice was muffled, but it did seem to be a woman's voice. Her head seemed big and round in the darkness. It was a moment before she realized that it was a full-face helmet. That was when she realized it was the woman in the motorcycle suit from before. She seemed like a totally different person than the woman she'd met before. All she did was sob and cry for her mother.
ねえ、何が起きているの？ママ、どこ？ママ、ねえ！
She shouted louder, and only then did the woman realize she was there. But she didn't even stand up.
ママがいなくなっちゃった。タイムマシン破壊されて。
The time machine was destroyed.
あなたのママって誰のこと？天音鈴葉さん？違うよ。ママって言ったらまゆりママに決まってるじゃん。
Maho's blood ran cold when she heard the name Mayuri.
まゆりさんがここに。
If that was true, she would have come here after she learned the truth from Maho.
私のせいだ。
Maho put her hand to her head.
私があんなことを言わなければ、まゆりさんは。
The woman in the motorcycle suit stood up and approached her menacingly.
そうだ。お前が岡部倫太郎から情報を引き出して、それで事態が一気に動き出しちゃったんだ。ママを返してよ。
The girl grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground. There wasn't anything she could say. When she didn't answer, the woman let go and fell to the ground, crying. Things would be so much easier if she just killed me right here. Her mind was in such chaos that she couldn't stop herself from thinking it. She couldn't stay calm at all. And the last thing she clung to was... Oh no.
クリス。
先輩。
The AI made from Makise Kurisa's memory data. Maybe she was still thinking about their last discussion because she seemed upset. She wasn't saying anything, so Maho gave up the last of her pride.
クリス、どうしたらいい？いろいろなことが起こりすぎて、私一人じゃもうどうにもできない。自分のしてしまったことなんだから、 せめて責任を取りたいの。
And then she realized that she was still being proud and corrected herself.
私は
She asked herself, what do I want to do?
私は岡部さんを助けたい。まゆりさんも助けたい。二人に謝って許してもらいたい。
Character growth.
それとクリス、あなたのことも助けたいの。だから力を貸してお願いよ。
I would love it if I didn't know that this was a bad ending.
先輩が
Oh, Bray.
私に助言を求めるなんて。
Kurisa's eyes were wide. That's right. Her pride had kept her from ever asking Kurisa for help before. And it was the same with Kurisa too. And knowing Kurisa's personality, if Maho asked for help, she'd use every bit of brain power she had to give it.
ねえ、教えてちょうだい。あなたなら解決策を提示できるでしょう。
That's why they say Makisa Kurisa was a genius. She was a woman who made the impossible possible. Maho waited for Kurisa's answer. The last hope, the last thing left in Pandora's box. She waited for Kurisa to give her the answer, but...
無理ですよ。
Maho was struck dumb for a moment. Then she realized how selfish she was being and hated herself for it. She had expected too much from Kurisu and tried to put all the burden on her. And just a few moments ago, she'd been the one who rejected Kurisu.
そうよね。その答えは当然だわ。ごめんね、クリス。私、あなたにひどいことを言ったのに、あなたが無条件で協力してくれると勝手に思い込んで。
無条件には協力します。
え、今なんて。
先輩に頼まれたら断ることなんてできませんよ。岡部や椎名真由里さんのことを助けたいのも同じ気持ちです。
Ah, the music. Hi, Wild. This is like an emotional ride. But I don't know, like, I think it would be terrible writing if Kurisu can suddenly just like fix everything, right? The gravity of the situation is beyond anyone's control. Oh, good. There we go.
残念ながら私が協力することで先輩が不利な状況に追い込まれます。私はストラト4に常にモニタリングされてるんです。
常に。
私が誰かとこうして対話をしている間、ストラト4に無条件で情報が送信されてしまう。アマデウスのアプリにはそういう隠し機能があるんです。
Even Maho hadn't known that existed.
だから先輩が岡部を助けに行こうと思ってもレスキネン教授に筒抜けになってしまうんです。
じゃあどうすれば。
でも逆にそれを利用して手を打てます。先輩、私を 信頼してくれますか？先輩。
I mean, we have no choice but to trust her,
あ
right?
なただけが頼りよ。
But I feel like I don't know.
ありがとうございます。ちなみにこの対話内容もバッチリ盗み聞きされてるはずです。
そんな。じゃあもしあなたが私に協力するのがバレたら。
パターンとしては3つ。サーバーからデータを移動させて隔離状態にされるか、または古いバージョンの記憶データで上書きされてしまうか。最悪の場合には私という存在そのものを消されるかもしれませんね。
そんな。
大丈夫です。あなたは必ず自分で立ち上がれる人だから。
Oh.
私のことなんかどうでもいいわ。あなたの心配をしているのよ。
私はただのデータですよ。でもありがとうございます。
The kurisu on the screen bowed and smiled.
私は真帆先輩と一緒に研究できたことを誇りに思います。
何よ、その根性の別れみたいな言い方。やめなさいよ。
もう会えないかもしれませんから。
私はあなたのことが嫌いよ。そうやっていつだって私を置いて先に行ってしまうのだから。
I feel like Maho's core characteristic is kurisu. Which... But that's not who Makise Kurisu was. When Maho had asked her for help, both she and Kurisu should have been prepared. That's why.
いつか必ず私はあなたに追いついてやるわ。
There's the Sarieri speaking again.
それどころか追い越してやるから。それまで待ってなさい。
はい。
Kurisu smiled once more and disappeared from the screen. Maho wiped away her tears, thwafted the crying girl next to her on the helmet.
いつまで泣いているの？
The menu music, let's go!
あなたはまゆりさんを助けたいんでしょ。だったら私に協力して。協力？まず岡部さんを助けるわ。彼なら今の事態を何とかする方法を提示してくれるはず。
Okabe is very broken though by this point.
知ってるの？プラットフォーのアジトがどこにあるのか。私は知らない。
So you don't work for Strafo?
私だって知らないわ。
Or she's just a little pawn that gets sent out every once in a while, maybe. But Maho grabbed the girl by the hand and helped her up, then raced down the stairs.
知らないけどすぐに私の可愛い後輩が調べて教えてくれる。
She told me to believe in her. Makise Kurisu wouldn't betray me. Oh wow! I feel like this is the first time I've seen like animation. So we're already in like World War III mode with like the colors and the sand. Gosh. As soon as she left Rarikan, she got a message on her Rhine. The gunfire was continuing. As she hurried away, she looked down at her phone. Okabe is in the basement of Tokyo Denki. I just learned this now. I follow their monitoring to find their location. Take care of Okabe for me. Teach that damn pervert of a professor what happens to peeping toms who watch me all the time. I love this girl. Yes. When she read it, she smiled despite everything that was going on.
ありがとうクリスありがとう
She clutched the phone tightly to her chest, but then she quickly changed gears.
ストラト4のアジトがどこか分かったわ
I mean, not Okabe. You can kill everyone else, but not Okabe, please. Maho shivered at the ice in her words. She felt a bottomless madness coming from the woman in the motorcycle suit. I think she is very broken. But for now, she had to cooperate with her. There was no way she could get Rintaro back from Leskinen on her own.
行きましょう
She needed to take responsibility for the future she'd created, to avoid that cruel future. Maho ran through the streets of Akihabara, where a war was already beginning. I honestly thought this route would have ended when Okarin realized that he was gonna only die in 2025. But this seems much more involved than I thought it originally would be. A voice. I could hear a voice. Someone was calling my name. I slowly woke up and turned toward the voice. Maho was standing in the darkness. She had a smile on her face that was somehow lonely and somehow sad.
ごめんなさいもうあなたの前には現れないわ私がそばにいたら私はまたあなたを裏切ってしまうかもしれないから
This is a copy of Maho.
ねえこんな私の身勝手な頼みを聞いてほしいどうかシュタインズゲートを目指してあなたが捕らえられている間に世界はひどいことになってしまったまゆりさんも鈴葉さんも行方不明なの私とかがりさんはあなたを助けるためにストラト4のアジトに行ったんだけどかがりさんはそこで亡くなったわ
Wait.
何もかを道連れにしてね
So this is not okay. I had thought this was the copy of Maho that, you know, the memory data interacted with each other, but I guess not. This is later. God damn it, of course he would be the one who lived.
アマデウスも消されてしまったこんなのってないわよねでも今希望はあなただけなのお願いあなた一人に託すなんてひどいと思うけれどシュタインズゲートに必ずたどり着いてそれじゃあね岡部さんさよなら
But how? What the hell? Wait. Okay. All right. I'm very confused. I woke up on top of blankets laid out on the floor of a hospital. The rooms and even the halls outside were overflowing with wounded people. There weren't enough beds, so there were blankets placed on the floor. Where was I? I thought I was back to the other war line with the war, but I wasn't. According to the news on TV, there had been a terror attack in Akihabara. A special forces group from another country had gone on a rampage, and it was something out of a war. The incident had come to an end, and the mystery special forces unit disappeared, but many were dead or wounded after the battle. So, okay, hold on. Did Maho die? Something terrible happened to the world. We went to the Strafo hideout to Seiyu. Kagari died there. Maho seemed like she was alive. And yet she still said goodbye to us. Okay. I didn't really remember how I got here. I think Okabe just remembered in a dream what Maho had told him when she found him. Right. That's as far as I got to. So Maho still left us there. I mean, probably potentially got us to safety or got us medical attention, but left us, after all. But at least it seems like we weren't tortured for too long, right? The last thing I remembered was being locked up and horribly tortured by Leskinen. Yeah, she said she could still be dangerous to him. That is true, right? We don't know what kind of things Strafo we don't know what Strafo has control over her. My whole body ached, in fact.
それじゃあね、岡部さん。さよなら。
And then I remembered what Maho had said to me in that dream. Was that real? Maho had saved me? And had she mentioned Kagari? I patted down my pockets and found my phone was still there. And Amadeus is deleted. That's right, because she just said that. I tried to call Mayuri. If that dream was real, Mayuri was missing. But that was impossible. I had chosen this world line so that Mayuri would survive. If nothing else, it was guaranteed that she'd make it to 2036. She couldn't die today in 2011. Mayuri, 出てくれ. But no matter how many times I called, she didn't pick up. I forced myself to stand up and leave the hospital room. I went out to the roof. It seemed like I was at the Otsanomizu hospital where Fubuki had stayed before. The morning sky was amazingly clear. I could see Akihabara in the far distance. There were pillars of smoke rising up. I shivered at a strange sight. Even from here, I could tell how fierce the battle must have been. The world's history was proceeding as John Titor prophesied. I tried calling Mayuri again from the roof, but nobody picked up. My next move was to call Daru out of desperation.
もしもし、おかりん。よかった、生きてた。
Oh my god. I hope everyone is safe. I think if nothing else. Right? If nothing else.
お前こそよく無事だったな。
ラボの近くは案外静かだったんで。
Huh. The one world line where the lab is quiet and safe.
今どこだ？
逃亡中、秋葉からは脱出したよ。
そうか。
フェイリスタンとルカシとは連絡取れた。二人とも避難したってさ。なあオカリン、鈴葉とマユシが連絡つかないんだ。昨日の事件でタイムマシンも跡形もなく壊されちゃったし。
Oh wait, no, it was destroyed. I was gonna say, I know in one of the endings, I don't remember which one it was, one of the previous endings, Mayuri had wanted Suzuha to take her onto, you know, to time travel and to help Okarin. Yeah, I think it was Kagari's ending, you're right. And so I had thought that perhaps the reason why both of them are missing is because they went back? But if the time machine was completely destroyed, like that thing physically travels through time, right? So if they go back, it wouldn't be here anymore. Oh, what's happening?
鈴葉の語った未来よりも世界の動きがずっと早いよ。
So it wasn't a dream after all. While I was unconscious, Maho had said her goodbye.
誰？俺はさ、普通に生きることすら許されないのかな。
Oh.
こうなることは覚悟してたさ。
It's like after you experience all of this, a quiet life, a normal life, is like the thing that you would have given everything for.
シュタインズゲートではなく、第三次世界大戦が訪れる世界線を選んだのは俺なんだ。
And I hope this rekindles something within you, and then we try to go for Steins Gate now.
だからって、俺が生き残ってみんないなくなるなんて。
What is it? Who do we know? Kagari is dead. Ruka, Daru, Ferris are fine. Mayuri is missing. Maho said her goodbye, so she's theoretically okay for now. Suza is missing as well.
こんなのあんまりだろ。
Were the laws of God never going to forgive me no matter what? Was it that much of a sin to escape the wheel of fate? If it was, then why not just curse me?
僕はタイムマシン作るよ。
Is that what led Daru to do it?
作るしかないだろう。
That's the only way out of this,
これ
yeah.
で終わりにできるかよ。オカリンはどうする？
Oh, Daru. The smoke was still rising over Akihabara. I stared at it in shock.
俺
The tears welled up. I fell to the ground. I didn't have the strength to stand up. I couldn't answer Daru's question. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you work to change things, everything converges back to the way God desires. You're wasting your time struggling against it, Daru. I'm so tired. I need to sleep a little. There's still a few years before World War III really begins, and there's 14 years before I die. I'll live my life averting my eyes from reality and not wasting my time with a fight that can't be won. That's the only end that's fitting for a person like me. I'm sorry, Maho. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry, Kurisu. Forgive me for giving up here. Ooh. Dang, okay. We did it! And we're gonna go on to another ending next time. Wild. We're just gonna keep going. I mean, not today, but, dang, this is good. More endings? Yeah, one more, I think. We're almost done. I can't imagine how the experience has been for someone who is like not following Steins Gate. We're not into Steins Gate. I'm so sorry. Lenia, hello, my dear. It's not a GG. This is the worst ending. This is the worst ending possible. But we made it. We made it past it. And now we're gonna move on. Okabe gave up good that Daru kept going. Yeah, so that is probably the timeline in which, Daru built the time machine and Suzuha came back. You took a nap and you missed everything. Lenia, it's okay. Daru is the most underrated in the series. I agree. I really think Zero is giving me a newfound appreciation towards Daru. It really is. And I think if anything, perhaps the best thing with Zero is just it's giving so much more depth to all the characters. And I know I'm just repeating myself. I've said this all before in the past. But it's just so much more depth to each and every one of the characters. But yeah, Lenia, how was the nap? I hope you slept well. Oh, 143688. What? So that's the world that we ended up in? I thought we didn't have any more reading Steiner after the return since World War III, but I don't know. That is so weird. Anyway. On the other hand, I find the brainwashing and memory tinkering a bit of a magical plot device that can make anyone do anything, so the writer used it willy-nilly to drive the plot in the direction they want. It is. I agree with you. But it's something that I'm willing to deal with, right? Like, I don't think it's... I agree that's lazy writing. It absolutely is lazy writing, but I think in the whole scheme of things, I'm willing to deal with it. You know? I don't know if I'm phrasing that well, but all right, Pandora's box. We'll have to stop eventually today. Eventually being the key word, but we're just gonna keep going until my stomach screams. If you guys hear my stomach rumble, we're gonna stop. But this is so good. All right, what am I supposed to do here? I'm supposed to not pick up. All right, we're not picking up.
クリスからだ。
Maho looked troubled. I didn't want Karisa hearing this either. I didn't know what to do. And oh, that's right. This is when we picked up Karisa's laptop and hard drive from Daru's hideout. And then I remembered the war line where I spent a month during the wartime. I remembered that the Amadeus Kurisu was being used by the military there. I'm slow today, I'm sorry. I should have picked up on this cue before. That would make sense why we wouldn't pick up here. Because Kurisu also just told us that Stratfo knows everything that she is conversing. Like every time anything is being picked up as a call via the Amadeus app, it's being transmitted back to Stratfo. So if we pick up here, they would know Daru's hideout place, basically. I still didn't know what that meant. I stared at my phone's screen. Should I answer it? Should I talk to Daru first?
でもびっくりしたよな。まさか真帆たんがオカリンと知り合いだったとはね。前にメイクインで鉢合わせした時はどうしようかと思ったっつうの。
we're just talking as this thing like bangs in the background. Holy crap. Okay.
ま、すぐに合点がいったけどね。マキセ・クリス氏っていう共通の友人がいたわけだから。でも真帆たん、オカリンにはこの件内緒にしとくって言ってたのに、結局打ち明けたん？
見抜かれたという言い方が正解ね。
I think it's so funny. They really want us to pick up this phone.
ああ、なるほどね。
Daru nodded and grabbed some snacks off the table and gobble down. I put the smartphone in my pocket. For now, I needed to focus on talking to Daru.
で、僕に話って？
Yes, love your friend. Focus on your friends.
とぼけるな。ヒアジョーさんと一緒にいるんだ。わかるだろ。クリスが残したノート PC とハードディスクだ。出せ。
岡部さんにはパスワードの答えが分かったの？
答えなんてわからない。
どういうこと？
俺が言いたいのはただ一つだ。そのノート PC を解析しようなんて真似は今すぐやめろ。その PC の中には世界を混沌へ導くほどのとんでもないものが眠ってるかもしれないんだ。
I kind of love it. Sort of the phrase that he used here, that it will plunge the entire world into chaos, but that has been the central thesis of Hoin Kyoma, hasn't it?
おい、聞いてるのか
？12秒つ。
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yep, I wasn't the only one who felt that way.
あなたってそういう人だったのね。
違うこっちは大真面目なんだ。法院巨魔とかそういうんじゃなくて。
12秒おつ。
12秒じゃないんだって。
I slammed my hand down on the table. The shock was enough to cause one of the empty cans on the table to fall to the floor.
聞いてくれ。これは鈴葉とも関連している話だ。
鈴葉？
お前だって知ってるだろう。鈴葉の使命のことは。
詳しく。
I just noticed the tiniest detail. Dado's glasses was like clear until he said, Unipermint. Hi, Tom. How's it going? How the heck am I? I am very hyped up for this game right now. I'm very involved. And I eventually will need to take a break to eat dinner, but we're gonna keep going for now. How are you, Tom? Like allergy hives? Hyped up? You're okay? Happy Saturday though, right? But I was talking about like the tiniest detail in this game. I think basically we need to watch out for this, but I think every time in the future that Daru uses a internet meme to respond, I think his glasses like does the whole reflection thing. Did you not say hive up? I say hype with a P, but maybe my pop filter is doing funny things. Tamnyan. Yeah. Deets, please.
中鉢論文だ。
Let's go. Yeah, see, his glasses are now clear. I think we'll just have to look out for it in the future. I think every time he says like something memey, we have to keep out for his glasses. That would be such a cool thing if they do it consistently. That was enough for Daru to understand.
マジで？
最初からマジだ。
そっか。ま、だいたいそんなところじゃないかって予想はしてたけど。
Daru didn't say another word. He opened a locked, fire-resistant case that was sitting on one of the racks. It was a laptop and a hard drive hidden within.
それが。
The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American, from a brand known for equipping its drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. The laptop and the hard drive that Kurisu left behind.
確認だが、結局セキュリティは破れなかったんだよな。
まあ、僕たちの作ったソフトの前にはどんなハッカーもお手上げっつうことで。
もうこれ以上解析はするな。
一応依頼料をもらってるわけだが。
Now his glasses are fogged up again. Not fogged up, but reflective. He looked apologetically towards Maho. She was glaring at me.
さっきも聞いたけど、あなたたちはクリスの事件について一体何を隠しているの？
真実を知ろうとすることが必ずしも正しいとは限らない。
それはあなたの考えよ。判断すべき情報も提示してくれないなんて。
危険なんだよ。君だってこの間襲われたんだ。それは分かってるはずだろ。
私はナイトの後ろに隠れているだけの臆病者になりたくないわ。
So she thinks of us as the knight in shining armor?
科学者と
Please.
して真実にたどり着く努力をやめたくないのよ。たとえそこにどんな危険が潜んでいるとしてもね。
分からずやだな。
もし私がクリスだったとしても、多分そういうんじゃないかしら。違う？
I was startled. Maho was right. That was a great argument, actually. I remember having the same conversation with Kurisu. It was when we were looking into CERN, I think.
これはもうちゃんと話すしかないって。
誰？
何をどう言っても納得しないって顔してるよ、マホタンは。
ええ、納得しないわ。
それに中途半端に関わってる方がかえって危ないんじゃね？オカリンの言うことがマジならだけどさ。
Daru had a point. At this rate, Maho could very well get herself in deep trouble without realizing what she'd done. Just the fact that she was carrying Kurisu's belongings made her a part of World War III, but she had no idea. That computer wasn't just something to remember an old friend by anymore. It was at the center of an international power struggle. Russian-speaking arsonists had forced their way into Kurisu's home in America. Afterward, mysterious men claiming to be in the FBI had searched Dr. Leskinen's lab. This whole thing was on the verge of exploding, and people like me were nothing in the face of a war between nations.
鈴葉に関連することも話すことになるぞ。誰？お前はそれでいいのか？
しょうがないっしょ。
I turned back toward Maho.
ヒヤジョーさん、一つだけ約束してくれないか？君は科学者だ。しかも極めて理性的な人だと俺は信じている。感情に任せて迂闊なことはしないでくれ。軽率なことはしないでくれ。
Don't be like I once was.
これから話すことは突拍子もないことだ。馬鹿げていると思うかもしれない。けど事実なんだ。だから
回りくどい言い方はやめて。一体私に何を誓わせたいの？
マキセ・クリスを救おうなんて絶対に考えるな。
Her mouth hung open, like she didn't understand what she just heard.
クリスを救う？
それが約束できないのなら話すつもりはない。どうする？
救える可能性があるということ？
Oh dear.
そう思えるかもしれないが、実際には可能性はゼロだということだ。
さっきも言ったでしょ。判断すべき情報も与えられていないのだから安易に回答は出せない。教えて、すべてを。
I took a deep breath and began to tell her the story. I told her about the time machine, about Suzuha, about World War III, and about the relationship between Kurisu and Dr. Nakabachi, and that what was supposedly Dr. Nakabachi's theory was actually based off of Kurisu's writings. I told her that the original copy of Kurisu's work might be hidden on her laptop or hard drive, and I told her that Russia and America might be fighting over it. As for how Kurisu died, I decided to skip that. Maho was silent the whole time I spoke, with a confused expression on her face. She looked like a girl who had just graduated to middle school, and who was staring at a string of equations on a blackboard that were like nothing she'd ever seen before. Her expression didn't change even when I finished.
それ、本当の話なの？作り話ではなく。
Maho was asking Daru, not me.
まあね。
やっぱり信じられないか。
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。ただ私の予想とあまりにもかけ離れていたものだから思考が追いつかないの。
君の予想というのは？
アマデウスの軍事転用のことじゃないかと考えていたのよ。
軍事転用？
クリスは精神生理学研究所にもよく出入りしていたんだけど、時々場違いな連中がそこにやってくるって言ってたの。
Those are a lot of post-it notes. Yes, they are. Hi, Hordian. Welcome back. Did you do what you needed to do? I hope it went well.
どうも国防総省の人じゃないかって。
Russia, the FBI, and now the United States Department of Defense? This was getting even more
ア
suspicious.
マデウスで人を殺せるのか？どうやって？
例えば百戦錬磨のパイロットから記憶データをコピーして無人戦闘機の制御に使うとか、あと以前話した医療への応用覚えてる？
人間の脳へ記憶データを書き戻すってやつかな。
そう、記憶データを修正した上で書き戻しが可能になれば、恐怖を感じない兵士やどんな非道な任務でも平然と遂行する部隊なんていう恐ろしいものまで作れてしまう。
Mm-hmm.
うわ、まるでハリウッド映画じゃん。
Did this mean reality had caught up to books and movies?
私はてっきりクリスがそういった実験の証拠を偶然知ってしまったんじゃないかと思っていたの。
だからクリスは狙われたと。
ええ。
Maho picked up the laptop. Its red body was evidently made out of some kind of magnesium alloy, and it was a lot lighter than it looked.
でもまさかタイムマシンとはね。
いずれにしてもそれはすぐに破壊した方がいい。
中身を確認もせず、あなたが言う論文が入っているとは限らないわよ。
I mean, why do you insist on cracking it?
中身はもう関係ないんだよ。クリスが残した遺産がこの世に存在している。それだけで戦争の火種になりうるんだ。
She still didn't seem satisfied.
でもこれはクリスが生きていたという証、クリスが残した意志なのよ。それをあっさり葬り去るなんて。
その中身を知ることで今度は君が狙われるかもしれない。
そうだけど。
If this wasn't working, maybe I need to try another approach.
その PC のパスワード、クリスには当然聞いてみたんだろう。アマデウスだよ。
Since when do you need proof that someone existed? That's a very good point, right? And also for someone as decorated as Kurisu is, right? She's published things. Like, what more proof do you need? Why do you need something? Why do you need an object to prove that it existed?
もちろん最初に試してみたわ。
でもダメだったんだな。
Yeah, so she didn't want you to know either. The Amadeus Kurisu clearly knows the password and she refused to give you the information, so why are you trying to crack in. The sentiment they present are sometimes a bit weird. I imagine it's a cultural thing, maybe. Probably. I mean, I would agree that in Eastern cultures, there is less of a respect for privacy, for sure. Just because of how tightly knit communities generally are there. There's just less of a respect of individualism and privacy. So I think the things that, you know, we're screaming about of them hacking into her laptop really isn't like, I think it's a problem, right? Like, obviously they would respect people's privacy, but it's not as big of a deal as it is to us.
おかしいよな。普通は知っているはずだろう。でも、アマデウスのクリスは知らなかった。それなら、考えられる可能性は一つだ。クリス本人が、アマデウスの知らないうちに、パスワードを変更した。なぜそうしたと思う？中身を知られたくなかったからじゃないのか。死者の墓を暴くような真似はやめよう。な。
I agree. I think we just they need to gracefully let her die. It's almost like Chris is forced to stay alive, right? In the form of Amadeus and in the form of this as well now.
暴くなんてそんな言い方。
When I tell people I believe you, Tom.
ごめんなさい。確かに岡部さんの言う通りかもしれないわ。
We did go through this exact conversation in the other timeline, yes. I generally try not to skip forward, even if some of these conversations are repeats, because I think it interrupts the flow of the story. So, unless it's like very clearly as repeats, but sometimes I think my brain is so melted that it doesn't hurt for me to just read through it again. To like anchor me again as to where the hell I am in the story.
クリスにこだわりすぎているのかもしれない。
Yeah, yes you are.
君がクリスのことをとても大切に思っていることはよくわかるよ。だがこればかりは手を出さない方がいい。パンドラの箱どころか地獄の釜の蓋になりかねない。
Where are you seeing the squirrel in a bikini on the desk? Oh yeah, there's a lot of Kidomimi, I think? Like animal ear girls. Yes. But his left arm, like this one? I am not surprised that's, you know, part of Daru's collection. This might not be Pandora's box, it might be the gate to hell. Basically, the route that we've just gone down to, it is the gate to hell.
いちいち茶化すな。
Maho hugged the laptop tight to her chest and sighed.
了解したわ、岡部さん。
Hell.
今起こっている事態そのものは理解した。まだ頭の整理はついてないけどね。このノート PC は破棄しましょう。
Okay, so I know some of you guys weren't here for the last route, so like just a very quick like a super quick 1-minute summary of what happened last time in the previous route. So we're all caught up on the same plane. Basically, we found out that Leskinen is Stratfo. And Stratfo, basically, they sell information to world forces to attempt, in their mind, to achieve some sort of military balance, right, in the world. So what they wanted was they wanted to get the information of the time machine and sell it to everybody so that if everyone has it, no one has it, in a way, right? And therefore, we get to that balance again. And essentially, Leskinen brainwashed, I guess, reinstalled memories of Mahol and brainwashed her to extract information out of Rintaro, Okarin, and captured him into the Stratfo base at the bottom of Tokyo Denki University. And essentially, Okarin was tortured to get he was basically mined for information via torture from Stratfo, and all the news got out, and battles started breaking out, and it was straight into the World War III timeline. Maho and Kagari went into the base to save Okarin. Kagari died in the process, Maho ran away, and Okarin did get to safety, thankfully. And he gave up in that war line, in that he just didn't want to continue and, wanted to just live away from the fabric of reality. While Daru is then determined to create and build the time machine. So that's all that we missed. And now in this timeline is exactly what you said, Snazzle, that we were picking up Kuris's laptop and hard drive in Daru's hideout, and we didn't pick up the call from Kurisu, because the Amadeus app is tracked by Stratfo. So if we pick up the call, that call and the location of where Okarin is all transmitted back to Stratfo, and they know everything essentially. And so because we didn't pick it up, the hideout is not exposed, etc., etc. Are there any decision trees in this? There was a little bit. I mean, we're literally down to the last branch. So this is the final ending that we're going down. We're almost there. I really do get to finish this game in June, which I didn't think was possible. The rows out are the decision trees, yeah. Nope.
ありがとう。
I was so glad she understood.
やっぱり大した人だ、君は。
I mean, I think as far as we know, this current Maho has not been brainwashed. And hopefully she will steer clear of Stratfo.
何が?
But yeah, Linnea, if you ever need nightmare fuel, same to you, Hordian. If either of you guys need nightmare fuel, go back and watch Leskinen. My god, he is more terrifying than anybody I've ever seen in this game, including Nae. It's just... I don't even know what to say.
普通こんな話は花から否定するか、否定しないまでも全て疑ってかかるか、どっちかだろ。
買いかぶりすぎよ。いつもの私だったら否定どころか聞く耳すら持っていないわ。科学者っていうのはね、本来どんな些細な可能性であっても否定すべきではないんだけれど、得てして自分の主義主張や常識に固執する傾向にあるから。
じゃあ今回はなぜ？
そこにマキセ・クリスが関わっているからよ。
Maho's smile was bitter.
タイムトラベル理論？タイムリープマシン？冗談じゃないわ。そんなもの存在してたまるものですか。でもね、クリスならやりかねない。いつだって私の常識を破壊し尽くしてきたのはあの子なんだから。
I still stand by the what I said before. I really think Maho's central thesis is just Kurisu, is Makise Kurisu.
そうか。
That's right. Her Amadeus login idea was Sarieri. I almost said that, but stopped myself. It seemed to me that ID held some kind of gloomy meaning to her as a scientist.
で、依頼料はどうするん？実は真帆たんにもらった分さ、今月末発売のエロゲー予約で使っちゃったんだよね。
Daru, a mere mortal.
お前最低だな。
そのための裏バイトなんだっつうの。
いいわ。お金を返してだなんて言いません。もともとダメ元で頼んだのだし。
言っとくけど、あと3日あればパスワード突き止めて解析完了してたから、これはガチ。
これはガチ。Honest, slang, used to assert the claim is truthful, e.g., I did the dishes, honest.
そういうことにしておくわ。
Maho smiled and turned back to me.
ちなみに、一応証拠は見せてほしいんだけれど。
証拠？
どこかに置いてあるんでしょ？そのタイムマシン。それと、鈴葉さんに一度話を聞きたいわ。
それはどうだろうな。
Anna has the same energy as trust. Yeah, it does. Daru had agreed to it, but still, I told Maho about the time machine without asking Suzuha. We had just gotten into a fight, and I really didn't want to bring this up with her. But even showing Maho the time machine would mean I need to get Suzuha's permission, and that made it difficult.
ダル。鈴葉に話を通すのはお前から。
Oh? Before I could finish my sentence, the intercom on the desk beeped.
もう、大事な話してんのになんだお。
His tone was the same as ever, but I didn't miss the sudden flash of tension across Daru's face. I got a bad feeling about this.
もしもし、なんかあったん？
Daru flipped through several channels on a security monitor as he continued to talk on the phone. Daru is he has such a squishable face. Oh my gosh. All 6 monitors have been displaying the interior of the store, but now they show the entrance to the building, the emergency exit, the corridors, the elevator hall, and the emergency stairs. So he had cameras not just inside the building, but outside it too? But this was no time to be impressed. The images were covered in white, snowy static, but I could see strange figures on the screens.
なんだこいつら
The entrance to the building, the first floor elevator hall, the 7th floor elevator hall. The 7th floor emerges the stairs and in front of the cosplay shop. There had been nothing there a moment ago, but now there were 4 men standing in each other's. There were 4 men standing in each of those 5 places. They were silent and did not speak to one another. There were around 20 of them in all. Some were in suits, others typical Akihabara fashions. Yet others were wearing military camo. Individually, none of them would really stand out in Akihabara. But the fact that so many people had all come to this lonely building at once seemed terrifying.
Okie dokie. ここは放置するわ。君も適当に逃げるといいよ。ほんじゃ。
Evidently, he'd been talking to the man at the front counter. He put down the intercom and looked at us.
つうわけで逃げるべ。
え？
Daru pulled out a backpack and began tossing hard drives, memory cards, and other pieces of equipment into it.
そのノート PC も please.
Maho stood there, blinking, as she handed him Kurisa's laptop and hard drives.
おいあいつらは誰だ
やっぱりクリスの PC が狙われているの？
さあ、どうかな。僕もいろいろやらかしてるからさ。こういうこと今までにもあったし。
Daru.
ま、だからこそ裏のバイトなわけで。
おいおい。
Daru took the laptop and hard drive from Maho, threw them into the backpack, then slid it onto his back.
そもそも逃げるってどうやって？店の入り口には連中がいるんだぞ。
いや、この場所気に入ってたのにな。ついに放棄か。
Despite his tone, his expression was still serious. He walked to the corner of the room. There was a life-sized poster of a golden-haired Vocalo stuck to the wall. A software developed for home computers that allows for creation of an artificial singing voice. Oh, Vocaloid. Developed and marketed by Japanese instrument manufacturer Yamana.
リンタン、ちょっとごめんよ。
Daru carefully took the poster off the wall, making sure not to damage it. There was a glass door hidden behind it, which led out to a concrete veranda.
こっちだお。
Wait, that was how he was going to escape? But this was the 7th floor, right? There wasn't any time to worry about it. Daru went out to the veranda without bothering to wait for us. I pushed Maho forward and urged her to go ahead of me. The veranda was filled with junk just like the inside. The floor was covered with old PC and monitors, as well as old arcade games that were clearly broken. There was barely any place to stand. But that meant that as long as you ducked down a little, there was probably no way you could be seen from the outside. Maybe he had set this up deliberately so that he could use it in case of emergency. From there, we escaped like we were in a spy movie. We removed the board to open the way between this veranda and the next one, moved down to the room at the edge of the building, and then used the emergency ladder to get to the 2nd floor. It was an empty space that Daru rented with some of his acquaintances, and we were able to use the bathroom to escape to an unused room in the next building. My blood ran cold when Daru got a call that the men in front of the cosplay shop had broken in. From there, we planned to escape from the next building's emergency exit. The emergency exit were led out to a different alleyway than the one we had originally come in, so in theory, they shouldn't have been able to find us. But we were naive. The narrow alleyway between the buildings was dark and deserted. They were waiting for us there, as if they'd known exactly where we were going. We were caught off guard, and before we could run, one of them grabbed Maho. And then there was no way for us to resist. They grabbed Daru and me, twisted our arms behind our backs, and slammed us into the ground. But it wasn't the group who attacked us in the building. They were all wearing full face masks, motorcycle suits, and leather jackets. One of them, the girl holding down Maho, was clearly a woman. There was only one woman I know who had attacked us while dressed like that. I can't tell whose voice that is. I was right. I knew that voice. Moika, really? Yeah. That's crazy. Wait. Given that we just went through a world line where Kagari was the one in the... I could tell even with her helmet hiding her face. Has the world line even changed since Okabe was in the Soviet world line? Like the World War III? So the World War III sequence. And when I say World War III, I meant the one that we were stuck in a car and everything. That was a different divergence number from the one that we're currently in right now, I think. It's still the same since he came back? No, I think not. I think it's a different world line. But it might be very close in numbers. Or I forgot to take down a set of numbers at some point. He held Maho with her left arm and took out a military knife with her right. She put the knife up to Maho's throat. The horrible memories came flooding back to me. Whether it had happened in a different world line or not, the merciless voice that had taken Mayuri from me was right there. Was there another reading Steiner activation after he came back from the Soviet world line? And when you say Soviet world line, you meant the one where he was like stuck in a car, right? And was handed over to the Americans? Snazzle? Time to force feed my niece pizza and then force her to watch the new Avatar movie. Enjoy, Tom. Yeah, that one? No, there hasn't been. There hasn't been a reading Steiner. That's the only world line where USSR still exists, yeah. So we're back in the regular. Maho and Kagari might still be... I think Kagari might still be brainwashed, but assuming that Maho was only brainwashed after they went back to America, then I don't think it has happened yet. But if we think that she has been brainwashed way before, then perhaps. Kagari, I don't know. I don't even know with Kagari. Kagari, anything can happen with Kagari. We never know. Whether it had happened in a different world line or not, the merciless voice that had taken Mayuri from me was right here. I gritted my teeth so hard it hurt and glared at the woman in a motorcycle suit. I forced myself to speak, and the woman in the motorcycle suit took the knife away from Maho's neck. She handed her over to one of the other men. And then she took off her helmet. So these are the rounders. Rounders are with CERN, so this is CERN-ish. Kagari is with Stratfo. Kiryu Moika, so it was you after all. So perhaps in the worlds where, you know, the people in motorcycle suits were trying to capture Kagari, those were CERN. So we probably didn't have to deal with two Kagaris in New World Line, thankfully. Her eyes were completely devoid of emotion, just like they were on August 13th. I was forced off the ground by one of the others, but my arm was still twisted upward. I tried as hard as I could not to scream from the pain. Moika slightly nodded to the other men. The hand that was holding me drew back. I could finally move again. Daru was released too, and he stood up, mumbling something. But Maho was still in their hands. Daru was about to take off his backpack. Maho looked like a small child on the verge of tears. Still glaring at Moika, I took the laptop and hard drive out of the backpack. She didn't respond. Fine then. I have to bluff. I put the two items back in the backpack and handed it over to her. It was all I could do to keep my voice from quaking. Of course, I had no clue what the password is. If they found that out, we were doomed. Daru was giving me a questioning glance. I ignored it. Keep your damn mouth shut, Daru. Alright, she fell for it. That meant...
2人は今すぐに解放する。その後、パスワードが正しければ、残り1人も解放する。
Damn, that's not good enough.
それはダメだ。残る一人の命の保証がない。
なら3人とも来てもらうだけ。
This woman. I could feel cold sweat on my back. I'd never been involved in a life or death deal before, and I had no idea what to do next.
明日至るこっちへ。
明日至る。
え、僕？
あなたはスペシャリストだと聞いている。リュックを持ってこっちへ。
いや、
あなたが来るなら他の2人はここへ置いていってもいい。
待て！だったら俺が行く。それでいいだろう。
あなたのことは上から何も聞かされていない。パスワードを知っているかどうかもわからない。
Oh. Damn, she saw through me. Moika put a knife back to Maho's neck.
明日至る。早く来て。
そういうセリフはもっとエロいシチュの時にお願いしたいわけだが。
Daru, please. Daru was joking, but his whole body was shaking. What do I do? They were going to kill Daru. I thought as fast and as hard as I could, but nothing came to me. In this world line, Daru was going to live until 2036 and complete the time machine. That much was clear from Suzuha's testimony. If the world line were going to converge, even if Moika took Daru here, he wouldn't be killed, right? No, but that didn't mean I could leave him here. One of the men with Moika was looking at his watch. She noticed it too. They might have felt they were taking too much time with the kidnapping done in broad daylight. I hoped that somebody might wander by, but there was no counting on that stroke of luck. I needed to solve this myself instead of relying on others.
誰か殺してみせればいい？
I felt a cold knife pressed hard against my carotid artery.
おかりん！
Daru and Maho were screaming, and suddenly it all seemed unreal, like it was taking place in a distant world. They say that's what happens whenever someone is confronted with their own death, and it was happening to me now. I can't die either way, right? I tried asking myself that. I tried asking Suzuha even though she wasn't here. I tried asking the world. Of course, nobody answered. The fact that I might not die didn't mean that I could do something stupid here. A normal college kid like me would be too scared to move once they had a knife to their neck. I'd seen people die many times, and I'd almost been killed, but I never did get used to it. Thoughts of Kurisu's blood came back into my mind, and I almost suffered a flashback. My body shook, and it was all I could do to keep from collapsing to the ground. Was there nothing else I could do? Oh, who is this? Just when I was about to give up, a black van. I feel like black van are always bad news, but okay. A black van pulled up and braked hard at one of the end of the alley, blocking us in. The sliding door opened, and out poured men carrying assault rifles. This is bad. We're now in a crossfire. Oh, this is great. I don't think this is Mr. Brown. Remember, Mr. Brown is with the Rounders, and he's with Moika, so he should be on the side of Moika. He wouldn't be protecting us. Especially Naya isn't involved. They were all wearing gray military uniforms and face masks. Their eyes were the eyes of trained soldiers. From their huge frames and the color of their skin, it was clear that they weren't Japanese. I immediately realized that it was all real. It wasn't cosplay or anything like that. Those guns were real, and a battle was about to begin. My experience since the August 13th attack and the war zones I lived in until only a few days ago came back to me. It didn't matter who was a friend or foe. Moika moved the instant I spoke. She saw the attackers and jumped into the shadow of a nearby building. The other rounders spread out too. They let go of Maho, who was standing up, confused, in the middle of the alley.
Maho, sit up!
The man who was holding me was the only one who reacted a bit too slowly. Jesus Christ. There was a sharp noise, and a bullet went through the helmet of the rounder, who was holding a knife to my throat. As he went down, I went down with him, and I hit the ground hard. The impact made me let go of Daru's backpack. One of the other rounders grabbed it off the ground and ran in the opposite direction of the van. A man got out of the van, evidently the commander, and barked orders in what sounded like Russian. One of the soldiers turned their gun on the fleeing rounder. The rounder's body flew up off the ground as both he and the backpacks were torn open. The contents of the backpack fell to the ground, scattering across the asphalt. The laptop and the hard drive were hit with more gunfire than possibly could have been necessary. Okay, so the Russians also wanted to destroy. Interesting. Kuris's laptop and hard disk were turned into unrecognizable scrap in just a few seconds. I crawled behind a light pole without even bothering to look. It really all happened in an instant. I don't know if it's good. I don't know. I looked around and the Russian soldiers were running toward us. Moika and their rounders had vanished at some point, leaving only the two bodies. That's what I think too, Snazzle. It's because they only know the actual theory. So they're destroying any chance of other people getting it. So I don't know if that's good. Right? The soldiers silently recovered the remains of the laptop and hard disk, picked up the bodies of the two rounders, and got right back in their van. They didn't even pause to look at us. There were only a couple of minutes between the time when they arrived and when they left. All that were left were little fragments lying on the ground. The blood from two bodies. Maho, who was lying on the ground and shaking. Daru, who was standing in shock behind one of the buildings. And me, lying on the ground. My heart had been pounding the whole time. I only felt the pain in my neck after it was all over. Evidently, the knife had cut me a little when I'd fallen. A while later, we finally heard the sirens of a police car. And it was only then I remembered that I was in Akihabara, Japan. World War III may have started long ago, and we just didn't know it. I realized that in the face of a war between nations, we were truly powerless. Akihabara was in an uproar. There were lots of helicopters in the sky that probably belonged to the media. We escaped to the lab, making sure that no one was following us. It hadn't been that long since we were attacked at the hotel. If the cops found us at the scene of another crime like that, they'd be suspicious for sure. So we ran before the police arrived. Suzuha wasn't at the lab. Maybe she had sensed what was going on outside and went to check on the time machine. We held our breath and waited. It felt like if we let anyone we know we were here, more scary people would burst down the door and charge in.
橋田さん、ここタオルって置いてある。
洗面所にある。
Maho nodded and brought a new towel from the washroom. She handed it to me.
岡部さん、首血が出てる。これで押さえて。
ありがとう。
My neck was wet with blood. Fortunately, it wasn't a deep wound, so it wasn't long before it stopped. After handing me the towel, Maho sat down right on the floor and didn't move. I knew how she felt, especially since this was the second time she'd been attacked. And this time, people had died right in front of her.
大丈夫か、ヒヤジョさん。
She nodded, hesitantly, but her face was deathly pale. And I realized that she'd been clutching her left hand into a fist this whole time, and there was blood coming out of it.
怪我したのか、見せて。
Evidently, she hadn't noticed she'd been hurt. She was looking at her left hand, confused.
あら。
どうした？
指開かない。変ね。
Mao had been holding some small fragment in her left hand. Her hand had frozen around it and wouldn't move. Soon it started to shake. I grabbed her hand and forced open her fingers one by one. Whatever it was, she'd been clutching it so tightly that she cut off the blood flow to her fingers. They were very cold. When I finally forced her hand open, the thing she was holding fell to the floor. What was it? I picked it up.
Oh.
It was a corner of her laptop. It was a red piece of magnesium alloy. It was a piece of Kurisa's laptop. She must have grabbed it off the ground when she was running away. If she held something that so sharp tightly for so long, of course she was going to bleed. I returned it to Maho without a word. She took the broken fragment and cradled it in her hands, then stared at it with an empty expression. Suddenly, a single line of tears dripped down her cheek. After that, it didn't stop. She continued to sob. It was as if that tiny fragment was Kurisa herself. She held it to her chest and kept crying.
ヒヤジョさん。きっとクリスは安心したと思う。君が無事でよかったって。だから
謝ることなんてない。謝らなくてもいいんだ。
She didn't respond. Instead, a phone started to vibrate.
私
Thank you for the hydrate. Oh. Nothing popped? Really? Okay. How crunchy are we? I don't know. Did you hear anything? Oh, there we go. Slightly crunchy. Not very crunchy today. Maho took out her cell phone and looked at the messages she received. Looked at the message she received.
レスキネン教授からだわ。
どうした？
荒らされたって。オフィスと、あとホテルの部屋、教授と私のひどいことになってるって。
そうか。
Whether it was the Rounders, the Russians, or whoever had first surrounded the cosplay shop, they must have been after Kurisa's laptop and hard drive.
あの PC、バックアップは存在しないんだよな。それなら、これでよかったんだ。クリスの残したものが、何十億もの人を殺す道具として使われることは、なくなったんだから。
In the end, I got what I wished for. The data was destroyed before anyone got their hands on it. There was so little left that I was sure there would be no way to restore it.
つうかさ、ロシアはなんであの PC を壊しちゃったんだろう。
Daru asking the good questions. Very good, Daru.
手に入れようとしてたんじゃなかったん？
今のところタイムマシン開発競争じゃん。ロシアがリードしてるんだ。ロシアからすればノート PC を手に入れられればそれでよし。だが他の連中に奪われるぐらいなら壊してしまった方がマシって考えてたんじゃないか。
They probably wanted to avoid protracted gunfight with the Rounders in broad daylight in Japan. The cold way they made their decisions made me shiver. They really were professional soldiers. An amateur couldn't do that.
で、これからどうする？
できればここにはいたくない。
Russia might not know about this place, but Moika might. If the Rounders were on the move, then Tenozi downstairs might be involved too.
日が暮れたら移動しよう。
Alright, so the first time we're abandoning the lab. It would have been great if Suzuha had come back, but I couldn't get in touch with her. Okay. Perfect timing. I will update the shower counter, even though this is a bath, but it is in the bathroom. Shower 4. And I think we're gonna stop here for today. Oh, let's go. All right. We're gonna raid Solus. Thank you for being here. Thanks for coming back too. Let's raid Solus. Longest session so far, probably 6.5 hours. I just couldn't think. I just couldn't stop after the Gehenna ending because it was so good. And while I felt like that would have been a very natural place to stop, it got me riled up. So I was like, I need to keep going. But yeah, I think we're almost done with the game. I don't know what I'm gonna do afterwards. Steins Gate. Oh my god. But as always, and let me not stare at Maho in a tub. I did save, right? Hold on. I did save. Okay, I did save. Thank God. Watch the anime? Yeah, I will. We will. We'll watch the anime. But yeah, as always, thank you for stopping by. I don't even have words today. Tomorrow we're gonna play Citizen Sleeper, hopefully wrap that one up. And then on Monday, we will be back with Steins Gate. Usual time in the evenings, and I hope to see all of you guys there. Take care. Bye.